All right, we will open up our budget workshop for April 6, 2023, and present our budget. Ms. Kelly Lopez, can you please come down? Madam Secretary, can you do roll call? Okay. All right, let's, if we could, we'll stand for invocation and pledge of allegiance. School board member Nathan Russ will lead the invocation, and then school board member Cliff Lewis will lead pledge of allegiance.
Please bow your heads. Lord in heaven, we praise your name and we thank you for this day. Pray that you will bless this meeting and this evening, that you will fill us with your spirit so that we can work together in your name to glorify you, Lord, to serve our community and serve the children of this parish. In your name we pray. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, Madam Secretary.
District 2, President Lannis. District 3, Vice President Powell. District 1, Mr. Blue.
Here.
District 4, Ms. Stewart. District 5, Mr. Lewis.
Present.
District 6, Mr. Russ.
Present.
District 7, Mr. Gode.
Here.
District 8, Ms. Kinnison. District 9, Mr. Martin.
Present.
All right, item B, discussion information. Subject presentation, budget presentation, Ms. Lopez.
Members and Dr. Narcisse, at the last Committee of the Whole, Mr. Lannis asked several questions that I thought were so intuitive to the budget process that I would take this opportunity to not only answer his questions, but to go further into the budget process with you. So tonight we're going to take a deeper dive into budget revenues, budget expenditures, property taxes, sales taxes, fixed costs, and what are legacy costs. So while we begin the process of the 23-24 fiscal year, we are working with a template that include all revenues and expenditure categories as prescribed by the Louisiana Accounting and Uniform Guidance Handbook. We will also show each of these categories over the past 5 years by separate funding source, inclusive of general fund, the propositions, and grants by categories. So what is included in revenues? The majority of revenues come from our property and our sales taxes. We receive each monthly. However, sales tax collections are much more consistent as we get about the same amount each month, where our property taxes, we receive 85% of our funding in January 15th of each year. Miscellaneous revenues includes Medicaid reimbursements, extended day collections, administrative fee collections, and interest from investments. MFP state funding is another large funding source for the district and is set by the LDOE based upon student population and local taxation amounts. Indirect costs are inclusive of the percentage of grant funds provided to the general fund for the administration of the grants. ROTC is funding a portion of all of our programming in the district. So who receives property taxes? The general fund receives the vast majority of property taxes at 42.73 mils, and the I-Care program receives a small property tax of 0.72 mils. While rolling forward of the property taxes, the district saw a significant increase. For the 23-24, we are projecting a 1% increase in property taxes only. This is not inclusive of penalties and interest of $500,000 and the 1% collection of pension funds of $3.3 million. This amount has decreased slightly due to the Breck lawsuit with the sheriff's office right now. In total, the property tax estimates for next year are $197.7 million. So who receives sales tax? The general fund receives sales tax at basically a 1 cent sales tax, and Props 1, 2, and 3 share an additional 1 cent sales tax in different percentage rates. So the Proposition 1 is used for facilities, construction, and technology needs of the district and receives the larger portion of the cent at 51%. Proposition 2 assists the needs of alternative school education and receives 8% of the penny. Proposition 3 is supplement salaries for non-grant funded employees in the district and receives 40% of the penny. So what is the sales tax estimate for 23-24 general fund? This is the biggest estimation for sales tax. Through the pandemic, we have seen unprecedented growth in sales tax throughout the region. I rely on several outlets to assist me in determining what it should be. Beyond my finance team, I look to the Baton Rouge City Parish. They used a negative 2.5% of the 21-22 collections as prescribed by Dr. Richardson with LSU. The Louisiana Department of Administration in December of 2022 used a negative 0.7% for 23 and negative 4.4% for fiscal year 24. Both of these groups say that the ongoing inflation and increased interest rates would have an effect on sales tax. With reviewing the funds as both calendar and fiscal year, the finance team is estimating a yearly sales tax for next year of $117.6 million.
Yes.
I do
thank
apologize.
You. Thank you, Ms. Lopez. Would you please explain to the board what are the legal requirements, if any, around what our estimation is on things like sales taxes when we come? Are there any legal requirements for that?
We have to be able to validate where we get our estimates. So if someone asked me, how did you come up with this? I would have to provide some sort of documentation to the public, the taxpayers. This is where, this is where I determine my estimation.
And the latest estimation that was done by the state of Louisiana in December of 2023 was that 2024 sales tax was going to be equal to 2023 or above, which is a much later estimate than any of the ones you've shown here. So I'm just curious as to why you chose this estimate as opposed to the latest revenue estimating group at the state legislature for coming up with this estimate. Because I believe that we continually underestimate sales taxes. I have expressed that multiple times. And again, we're on track to be well over 120 million this year.
Yes.
And so I see absolutely no reason, because inflation also drives up the sales tax collection because the cost of everything else goes up. So I have a fundamental issue with this estimate, because I think we ought to, the city parish is 10 months old, and they have historically underestimated. The Department of Administration, the one you're citing here, is almost 18 months old, and the latest we have from the Legislative Revenue Estimating Committee would put us well over 120 million. So I ask that you go back and look at that, because I do not think this is the appropriate number.
Absolutely, I'd be glad to, sir.
Okay, because I think we ought to be careful about making sure we use the latest numbers, because this is a dynamic, like you said, it's an estimate, but it has importance, because as we try to balance budget, if we underestimate by $5 million, that's 50 teachers that we're not having. So it carries a big importance. And, if we're always under, we're not doing a good job of estimating, because, we should be just about 50-50, whether we overestimate or underestimate. And I could say, okay, 75-25. But I think we need to be more aggressive in how we come up with these numbers.
Sure.
Thank you.
So another question that was raised are, what are fixed costs? Fixed costs are those that exist in order to continue the business of the district. These include our charter school payments, which are required by LDOE, fuel for our buses, technology to allow our students to both learn and take state-mandated tests, litigation, facility maintenance in order to maintain our schools, security for our stakeholders, contracts and tax collections. We must pay all of our approved obligations as well as our portion of the property and sales tax collections fee, materials and supplies, and utilities inclusive of electricity, water, sewage, and disposal fees. So why not staff? Staff is integral. Staff is 75% of the general fund budget. However, staff is not fixed. It is aligned directly with student enrollment and the teacher-pupil ratio determined by district administration. One constant cost with staff is the pension expense. All employees are required to pay 8% of every paycheck to their retirement agency. Our two largest are TRSL and Louisiana School employees. The TRSL employer portion will be 24.1% this next year, and LACER will be 27.6%.
Again, I'll interrupt if you don't mind. Can you explain to the new board members why those numbers are so high? They're the right numbers, but why those numbers are so high for lasers and TSRL? Because a typical number would be more like 10%.
Sure,
So can you explain to them why it's so high?
It's the state unfunded mandate.
So the state legislature passed benefits for teachers and other employees without providing the funding to source those benefits. And so and then they passed a law saying that, I think it's by 2035, that all of those unfunded liabilities, meaning benefits that were not paid for, need to be caught up.
Sure.
So what's happening is the legislature has placed a burden upon our students to pay for the benefits that they gave but didn't fund. So we're paying over 15% extra to all of these funds. Those 15% could be given a 15% raise to teachers if it wasn't for this thing. So I just want to ask everybody to remember that as the state legislature is working with surplus funds in the budget and things like that, that this is a problem they created. And we really need help to get out of this problem, because it would help tremendously. And most of you are too young to remember the days of inflation, but if inflation really hits and the cost of our salaries go up, the benefits related to that, which are paid at the very end of the highest 3 years or 4 years of salary, will also go up. So those unfunded liabilities, even though we've been whittling them down, may have a tendency to blow up again on us. So That is a big thing that I think people don't recognize. That is a cost that we have to pay, but we have zero control of.
Right,
Thank
it's
you.
completely state mandated. So all contracts and supplies are fixed cost. Not necessarily. Some contracts are required. We must have outside counsel. We must do an external audit every year. Others are approved at the pleasure of the board. Supplies can be adjusted. However, some supplies are non-negotiable. We must have textbooks, we must have library books, we must have Chromebooks for our students. Our district currently has 3 types of charter schools, Type 1, Type 2, and Type 5. Type 1 charters are approved by the district and are part of our LEA. Type 2 charters are BESI approved and are part of the LDOE's portfolio of schools. Type 5 are the remaining schools in the Recovery School District. Type 1 charters are having great growth in 5 locations, and Great Hearts of Harveston will be open in August. There has also been an increase in the local per pupil with the increase in tax collections. Further, the state raise will be included in the MFP allotment once the October teacher submission has been completed by all of our charters. Type 2 has shown growth in 22-23. Discovery Health and Kenilworth K-8 are set to open in August. Type 5 has decreased significantly, with Capitol High becoming a district school and Kenilworth becoming a Type 2 charter. Total Type 1 funding is projected at $105.7 million. The others are projected at a total of $49 million.
Ms. Kelly, I'm going to interrupt you again.
Sure.
Can you tell the board what is the charter school funding for this year so they can get an understanding of how much more money is going to charters next year versus this year?
Grab my budget book.
If I remember right, it's about $130 million. And so this is essentially a $20-something million increase from one year to the next. Because just knowing the total number doesn't really give you the.
So our Type 1 charters this year are $94.7 million, and the other Type 2 and Type 5 are $42.6 million this year in proposed. They have increased slightly. I do not have my revised numbers with me. They have increased slightly in Type 2.
So what were those numbers again? I'm sorry.
Sure.
I just didn't catch them.
94.7 million for Type 1 and 42.6 for Type 2 and 5.
So that's 137, and we're talking about 150,
Yes.
153 here. So that's $16 million type increase.
Correct. Due
Okay.
to charter growth, and of course, we're opening Harveston.
Right. Thank you.
So our total fuel is projected at $4 million. With the increase in internships, unfunded mandates for summer school for 4th graders, and national fuel price increases, regular education fuel is projected at $3.4 million. Special education is at $650,000. Our technology-related supplies are projected at $1.9 million. Our technology department is a whirlwind. They have an entire trailer in the back where they replace our Chromebooks, they fix our Chromebooks, they cannibalize old Chromebooks and replace them and put them back together. Hardware is projected at $600,000. This includes our servers and the equipment and that house all of our data, as well as our recovery plan that is required by LDOE. Software and telecommunications is projected at $2.5 million. This is one of our most critical items, inclusive of leap testing and software to keep our students and our staff safe from outside entities. Litigation and outside counsel is projected at $650,000. The large majority of this is due to the increase approved by the board at new hourly rates. However, this is necessary to respond to our litigation requests faster and allow experts in particular fields of educational law assist us. Facilities Department works diligently to ensure our campuses are clean and in working order for all of our students and staff. The projections for facilities management are an increase from previous years. This is inclusive of the cost of materials due to inflation and the onboarding of Kenilworth Middle, Capitol High, and J.K. Haynes. Total utilities is projected at $16.2 million. While all utilities are expected to increase due to the onboarding of 3 new schools, disposal services and electricity will increase the most. During the 22-23 fiscal year, disposal costs doubled for the district. Electricity has increased by 30% over the last 3 years. Security costs are increasing for every school district in the country. The district has brought on Captain Walker to assist in coordinating of security efforts throughout the district. Daytime deputies are projected at $1.4 million. Nighttime security is projected at $1 million. And athletic security is projected at $130,000. Our technology department continues to work throughout the district to ensure property security cameras are available. This list shows some of the largest commitments of the district. These are either required by state statute, LDOA, or obligations of the board. And this is inclusive of our facilities management, obviously HES, they clean our schools, our student information system, our external auditors.
1 second. Ms. Lopez,
Yes.
I see Coach Cliff Lewis is inside of the queue. I think he spoke already.
Security.
Yes.
What are we doing in this budget to ensure that we can secure just the outer perimeters of the schools?
At this point, that has not been included in the budget. I am still working with Ms. Scott Spalding to discuss what options. I know we are working diligently with the state with a grant to provide security such as outside fencing for the district.
And how many schools do we think that grant will cover?
I'm not sure, sir.
So let me just add to that, Ms. Lopez. So we're already in the process of applying already to the state. We believe the state will come back between June and August with who gets the grant. The total amount will be about $500,000 that they'll give to each parish. At least that's what the state superintendent shared with us at a superintendent advisory council meeting. And so we will have a gap that we'll have to close. Right now, there are a total of based on the preliminary assessments, 26 schools that don't have fencing around it. So what we'll do is we'll prioritize that, and then from there, use the $500,000 from the grant. We believe that we will get dollars from that grant, and then cover the rest of the costs. The goal is to add it into the security budget for that.
Thank you.
So as stated before, when
I'm sorry, we have a few more people in the queue. I'm so
sorry.
sorry, Ms. Lopez. Next, we have School Board Member Baloo.
Thank you, and it does relate to the major commitments for the upcoming year. And for the superintendent, as far as the general fund, are you anticipating any major technology expenditures that we haven't already discussed for the board in the upcoming year?
No, not in the areas of technology. I mean, the biggest, we would hope that as we start to implement our new ERP system, depending on how far that goes, that should hopefully help us with saving costs in that area. But there's no anticipation, at least as of right now. I know I'm looking over to the chief of technology because we're trying to work through the numbers now, but there's no anticipation of new technology at this point.
All right, thank you.
Okay, next in the queue, we have Board Member Martin.
Thank you, Ms. Lopez. In both in the major contracts and in the facility management piece, I wonder if you could provide a little more details. In this slide, is that $23.5 million? Is that the contract with that's the value of the one contract with
The value of the one contract is $23 million, and with discussions with General Counsel, we increased it slightly because you have 3 new schools coming on. We have additional needs that are coming about, so we increased it by $500,000.
And so could you help me understand the distinction between that $23.5 million and like 2 slides before, $6.3 million for facilities repairs and maintenance and the $500,000 for materials and supplies?
Sure. So they are different items. So materials and supplies and repairs and maintenance goes to Chief Morales, and he works with HES. The $23.5 million is simply the contract for HES. That is simply facilities management. This is inclusive of your architects, mat cleaning. They go in and they repair concrete. If they have rotor-rooter come out, repairs and maintenance at the schools, not cleaning the schools, repairing them.
Right. And so then, like, if something, because I don't know, I guess partly what I'm getting at is, and we don't need to go into all the detail of it tonight, right now, but like, maintaining the HVAC system, replacing fan belts when they break, so something like that.
Sure.
Is that coming out of that $6.3 million, or is that coming out of that $23 million being done by HES?
Actually, neither. Our HVAC is handled by Proposition 1. We have our maintenance contracts with Star, Bernhard, and I believe Johnson Controls, and the Proposition 1 handles the HVACs. Now, if there is a major, we have to replace an entire HVAC, that would come out of facilities.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, School Board Member Martin. Next, we have School Board Member Russ.
Question for Ms. Lopez or whoever can answer it. Under security and deputies, the 1.4 million for school day deputies, is that maintaining the same number of SROs that we have currently, or is there any increase? What is the,
There is a slight increase from previous year with the increase in the hourly rate.
okay, but not the number of deputies?
Not that I've been made aware of,
Increasing
but that
pay,
is a
but
Ms.
not the
Scott
number
Spalding
of.
question.
And we have how many, 20, how many is it, the SROs that we have? Maybe Ms. Spalding can answer.
Spalding?
Sorry to drag you all the way up here.
Our goal is 26 SROs for our middle and high schools, but you know that we have, a couple of schools coming on board next year, and so we will need to increase those, the number of SROs. Currently, we're trying to recruit and fill for that. We're not at capacity.
We're not at 26, but we're only budgeting for 26. That's what I want to clarify. Okay,
Yes, sir.
thank you.
If I may, I'm sorry, you're good, Ms. Spalding, but I was just going to add to the conversation. As we go through a lot of data assessing around school safety and new protocols, that's where we came up with the assumption that we will have to, at some point, possibly recruit more SROs, but that can't simply be the end-all, be-all answer to a lot of the concerns and problems that we see happening in our schools as it regards safety matters. And we will be addressing this as we move forward into the next month. You all are going to see some items come forward where we're working with external organizations that are federally trained to help us in that work, that also work with SROs and work inside of schools to help keep a lot of the violence down and help bring some more interventionist practices inside of our schools to help us keep those rates down.
Okay, so what are the major instructional contracts? So we have substitute services. As you know, our substitutes are provided to us by ESS. Edgenuity, Illuminate, EduClimber, Arizona State, Dreambox, these are all instructional contracts that are assisting us in continuing moving our initiatives with our students to move the scores up. Major supplies commitments. As you know, we need textbooks, approximately $6 million. $450,000 are for library books. Materials of instruction, as you know, every school receives basically an amount of money from the general fund to purchase items for their school. So the principals and the teachers decide what they would like. We start placing the order. They start arriving in July at each of the schools. We are also bringing on both J.K. Haynes and Capitol High. So with both of those, you're going to require staff, facilities, technology, and materials of instruction. And so what are some of the items that are remaining in ESSER in 23-24 as it begins to sunset? So our ESL instructional specialists for our English learners will remain in ESSER. Our MTSS staff for all school sites. It will continue working with the Pathways for Bright Futures and include all of our academic coordinators. And the Achieve 3000 program to assist in our ongoing literacy initiatives. So I was asked about legacy costs. So legacy costs are expenditures that continue on without additional revenue. The main example of legacy costs for our district is medical costs for our retirees. So this year our district moved to United Healthcare for all Medicare eligible retirees as a significant savings. However, there was still an 8% increase for our non-Medicare retirees. For this coming year, for 23-24, the total retiree health cost is approximately $13.9 million. So as always, I like to provide you with information that in your leisure, if you'd like to read more about our budget, these are links where you can see all of our updated information at this time. And as we continue to provide information, we'll continue to update the links.
This time we have a question by School Board Member Lewis.
I hate to keep asking you to go back and forth, but you said additional social workers to assist student needs. Do we have a target number of additional social workers?
I believe ESSER is paying for 8 additional social workers, and we
But
also
to cover the entire district?
well,
Only
that's
8?
that's additional. We have some in general fund. We have some in Proposition 2. We're getting more with ESSER funding.
Can you give me a number of social workers?
Not off the top of my head, no, sir. But I can find out and let you know.
The more the better.
Absolutely.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, School Board Member Lewis. Next, we have School Board Member Gode.
Yes, thank you. Ms. Lopez, I was just curious about the retiree health costs.
Sure.
because this year's budget is like 17.5 million, and we're estimating 13.9 million.
sir.
What is the driver behind that decrease?
United Healthcare came in significantly lower. We were paying approximately $120 per retiree for their health care, and now we only pay $81. So it
That is
made a
fantastic.
huge difference. So while our non-Medicare retirees have a slight 8% increase, we have significantly more retirees that are eligible for Medicare, as well as United Healthcare is such a fantastic program. They did a great job working with our staff, working with our retirees, that we had additional retirees that were Medicare eligible but not willing to take the leap. They took the leap into United Healthcare, which helped the numbers again.
And do you have any, off the top of your head, any rough number about how many retirees are receiving health care from the district?
If I take a stab in the dark, I'd say approximately 4,000 are receiving health care from the
Okay.
district. Now, with our new, in January of 2021, the board passed the policy where it went from 10 consecutive years to 20. People don't stay around for 20 years consecutively anymore. It's very rare. So I foresee in the future retiree health is going to decrease significantly because, again, people don't stay anywhere for 20 years anymore.
But 20 years is to get full benefits.
To get full benefits.
They can start getting benefits at 10.
Yes, but it's consecutive, which, people just don't stay around consecutively.
Okay. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Board Member Gode. Next, we have Board Member Martin.
You talked about ESSER and it's winding down. What is the plan for all these, positions and things that we filled with this, short-term ESSER funding? What's that transition plan? What's the timetable that we're looking at, and how are we going to replace that?
Sure. So I'm working with administration right now, the superintendent, Ms. Smith, Ms. Scott Spalding, and that is what we are working on right now, is determining best options for the budget and for the staff and for the school system.
Do we have an idea, can you quantify about how much of ESSER we've used for things like social workers, which are all very good, but are also kind of long-term, we're going to miss them when they're gone.
Sure.
Kind of funding, as opposed to, ESSER was obviously used some for very short-term purposes. So do we have, how much are we looking at?
I
maybe?
can't tell you at the top of my head, but I can get you that data. Absolutely.
Thank you, School Board Member Martin. And School Board Member Gode is in the queue.
If I may, because I do have some of those numbers that we've been working on all this, just to give rough kind of numbers. In this year's budget, we have, as of February 1st of this year, we have 177 positions that are being funded by ESSER. And we have, let's see, in the general, just to give you, and last year that was 202. So we dropped, 30 round numbers. But also you need to understand on the general fund, we went from 4,370 down to 4,273. So we dropped almost 100 there. So it's not like we've been piling on employees. And I really think we're going to be able to manage our way through that, for sure, without anyone losing their job, because given the right qualifications, obviously, because the turnover and the normal turnover will easily take care of those numbers. But also, I think we're going to be working very hard in the new budget to make sure that we can continue to staff the key people. One of the things that we need to remember about ESSER is part of the ESSER money was meant to be catch-up. So it wasn't necessarily meant that everything we spent ESSER money on would be ongoing forever. Sure. It was meant to, let's get 2-3 years, help people catch up, and then it will go away. So I think the process that they're in right now in the strategic budgeting process is going through that and deciding, hey, this is stuff we need to keep, this is stuff we need to be able to be winding down and that sort of thing. I do not foresee a cliff related to ESSER. The biggest thing is trying to make sure we get the 8% pay raise for the teachers. That's the bigger hump out there as opposed to ESSER. And I think we can do it. It's in process and working through it all. But it's not like we have this big, huge balloon out there of ESSER people and ESSER money that the world comes to an end when the ESSER money falls off.
Thank you, Board Member Gode. And I will, I guess, wrap up with the last question because I see no one else inside the queue. As it regards major instructional contracts, something that I would like to see us do and work towards as we round out our general fund budget is I would like to see professional services assessments, performance assessments, so that we get a clear understanding as a board which programs are working effectively and which ones we need to pivot from and possibly looking at other programs that could be more effective for us to hit our bottom line and be more successful. So that's something you'll hear me talking about more. Sure. But we definitely thank you, Ms. Lopez, for all the amazing work that you have done to work through all of our budgetary concerns and getting these reports together for us. I know It's been a daunting task, but we appreciate everything that you do.
Anytime, sir.
At this time, seeing that there are no more questions from our board, that is going to wrap up our budget workshop. However, I want to remind our board members that at the last meeting, we talked extensively around new food menus, our new regional chefs that are going to be coming on board. And inside of Conference Room A, we have some food tasting for our board members until we start our next board meetings at 5 p.m. So I would just ask that you all, or instruct you all to please go inside of Conference Room A and go try out some of this amazing food that we're going to be introducing in this next upcoming school year. So thank you. That concludes our budget workshop.
5 p.m. If my colleagues will return to the dais, please. Today is Thursday, April 6, 2023. This is officially the Committee of the Whole. This meeting is officially called to order, and let us enter into a roll call, please.
District 2, President Lannis.
Present.
District 3, Vice President Powell.
Present.
District 1, Mr. Blue.
Here.
District 4, Ms. Stewart.
Present.
District 5, Mr. Lewis.
Present.
District 6, Mr. Russ.
Present.
District 7, Mr. Gode.
Here?
District 8, Ms. Kennison. District 9, Mr. Martin. We have a quorum.
Thank you. All right, let us take a look at Alphabet B, information only. This item is once again for information only, and these are our charter school reports. Number 1, basis material, charter school report. My colleagues should have received this information already and have had the opportunity to review. Are there any questions from the board? Okay. Item number 2, Mr. Gode.
I'm sorry, I was slow on the finger. Being as the author of the resolution that caused all of these reports to come back to the board, I just wanted to commend the charter school operators and our staff for getting together and working through many of these issues. And I think from what I read through all of the reports, there are several issues still outstanding, but there seems to be a path forward in working through them. So I just wanted to thank everybody for, we really are trying to have a cooperative spirit here. You have some responsibilities and we have some responsibilities, and we're trying to work those together for the betterment of all the children. So I just want to thank everyone for working diligently on this and understanding the teamwork that's needed to make all of this happen. So thanks for everyone who had input in this, and I'll have a few more comments on the individual ones that we go through, but I just wanted to say that at the beginning as we get going on this. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Item number 2, South Baton Rouge Charter Academy report. Are there any questions or comments from the board? Okay. Item number 3, IDEA Innovation Public Schools report. Any questions or comments from the board?
Yeah, there we go.
Okay. All right, Mr. Lewis.
I'm looking at the report from IDA, and I still have some concerns about IDA, but I think we'll be able to address those before tonight's meeting ends. One thing I want IDA to understand is that we're paying close attention to what takes place at IDA. I will personally be paying close attention to what happens at IDA.
Mr. Gode.
Yes, thank you. Related to that same thing, I'm having trouble bringing up my workbook here, but IDEA Innovation, we granted a 3-year renewal, and that was based upon them having a C, I believe, in 1 year, but then that fell down after that. So I wanted to get some comments from our general counsel. You know, I think the pleasure of the board would be that as we write the contract with them, that we have some milestones in there related to academic performance. And so I think before those contracts get settled, I think the board would like to make sure we get a chance to see what those are. And my exact same comments are going to go to IDEA Bridge, because 3 years of the performance that are there now is not sufficient. We need to see improvement in each of those schools as we go forward. They're performing below the average of our own schools, and we need better performance out of that. And I would like to make sure that we can put in some performance parameters in the contracts, that if those performance parameters are not met, that then we have recourse with the contract.
You like to speak?
Yes.
I'll jump ahead and let's Dr. Narcisse wants to speak. We actually met with the superintendent for Idea Schools this morning, and he is actually in agreement to work with us in terms of contract terms around just those issues. And so he's expressed a willingness to do so. He actually gave us some specifics that actually meet many of the requests of the board members, and so we'll be working on that once we see where the board sits tonight on these reports.
Thank you, because some of my key areas are around suspension rates, academic performance, and the number of students leaving schools to come back to EBR, particularly right after the October and February enrollment counts. So, I'm sorry? And so I just want to make sure that we have some visibility into those, and those get written into the contracts. Thank you.
Yeah, I see Dr. Wallace here. Is the superintendent still here? Okay, I didn't know if he was going to come to the board meeting. I was going to allow him to say something to the board, but I think Board Member Shamlin, sorry. General Counsel Shamlin has summed it up. But he did sum it. Is there something you'd like to say? Okay, just wanted to say, pretty much shared with us, we had a very good meeting this morning, and he requested as well around making sure that the contract had milestones, not only for us, but also for them in terms of accountability and those things, and wanting to move forward. I also wanted to share that, our charter office doesn't get enough credit for this. Sometimes there's always this belief system that the office does not work well with the schools, but the reality is that's not the case. Trying to work through these variations of issues, and so just wanted to make sure that we can say that publicly. And since he's not here, I won't refer to him to talk. So, thanks.
Mr. Martin.
Thank you, Vice President Powell. I just wanted to, I looked over all the reports this morning, and I wanted to commend the superintendent and staff, the charter office, for the work that they did. It's what I was expecting and looking for after our last meeting. So, Superintendent, I appreciate the hard work you and your team put in. Thank you.
All right. Just in time. Feel free to step to the mic if you like.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Appreciate the opportunity to come back before you. I'll share. Obviously, over the course of the last few months, we have dug into some of the data that was provided to us back in January, and I'll just share. We have opportunities to continue to improve. That's what I shared with you back in January. It's a commitment that I'm going to make to you today, again, and that we will continue to quest to be better tomorrow than what we were today and what we were yesterday. There is some data that's baked that we can't actually move. I think Board Member Lewis, you pointed to our suspensions, and some of that data is already baked, and we can't actually move that right now, but it is something that I'll commit to you that will be resolved. We'll also commit to you that we're going to make amends on many different fronts of noncompliance. And ultimately, I'll share with you that having operated in a wide variety of different professional settings, some of which are on the traditional side as a teacher, administrator, and superintendent, and then worked at a state agency shutting down both traditional and charter schools that weren't actually meeting standards, I understand the need to deliver results for kids. It's what we commit to. It's what we made our promise to you and to this community, and we haven't lived up to that up to this point. And quite frankly, I don't believe that we should be in the business of serving kids if we're not doing it well. And that's us or anyone, because schools exist to improve student outcomes day over day. So I'll make my commitment to you, and I'll look at my executive director, Dr. Wallace, and our staff, and I will tell you that in what will be 3 years from now, if we have not seen significant progress, we may not be the best partner to be serving in Baton Rouge. And that's the commitment that I'll make to you today, because I believe in our staff, I believe in our scholars, most importantly, that what we will do is deliver results. But if in the event that in some 3 years from now we are back before you and I don't have a better data set to rely on or point to that we've seen progress, you won't have me back here coming before you saying, let's talk about an extension. Obviously, that decision is beyond me, right? I have a board. They give me direction on what I am allowed and permitted to do. I execute upon their vision, their values. But as superintendent idea, I commit to you that we will seek that and deliver upon what those expectations are that you've laid out. And we've already committed to do that. Had a great meeting with Dr. Narcisse in the cabinet earlier today discussing opportunities for us to strengthen the partnership that I alluded to in January that needs to be addressed, and I feel like we are on track. I believe that the authorizing the charter division here at EBR has met their standard and really rising to the occasion over the course of the last months, engaging with Dr. Wallace and our staff. And I'm committed to continue forging that partnership, developing the rapport, and delivering upon what we've committed to you, to this community, to the families, and most importantly to our scholars. But again, if we do not have significant progress that we have made year over year over the course of the next years, then we may not be the best partner here. I believe that that will be true, that we will have a better data set to rely upon in 3 years. And that's why I can say that with absolute conviction. What I shared with Dr. Narcisse is this. We'll have one more campus that comes before you in about 10 months from now, in what will be January of 24. My commitment and my request is that actually we find a way to negotiate between council that campus is actually put on the same cycle as these 2 other campuses. Because quite frankly, it's a lot easier to make transitions as opposed to having staggered contracts for staggered campuses. And so we'd like to actually bring that into alignment. And so I think that there's probably a way that in a year from now we can talk about not necessarily a commitment in 3 years, but only 2, and then bringing all 3 of our campuses into alignment and operating to deliver results within the time frame of what this 3-year renewal that was awarded in January contingent upon our reporting back to you this month. So that's my commitment, because I believe in our scholars, and I also believe that schools exist to improve student outcomes, and we'll make significant improvements over the course of the next 3 years. And if not, then we'll be having a different conversation, because I recall, Board President Lannis, you made that very statement, and it resonates with me. We'll stand in that space and deliver, and if we don't, then we'll step aside. Questions?
Thank you. Mr. Lannis.
Thank you, Vice President Powell. I'll just say I commend you and your staff and your team for following up with all of the recommendations that we put before you. I know that may have taken quite a bit for you all to get there. And I also appreciate the fact that you understood the concerns that we addressed last time. And I just want to be firm on that. While we are going to help you all as much as we can to ensure that you are successful in moving the needle for our students, because there is no difference in my eyes between a charter and a traditional school. We are all doing the same work.
Correct.
But let me be clear, and saying that if there are any changes or indications that there is not a change in what we saw earlier, it would definitely be a different conversation. I just wanted to make sure we are clear about that. But I do appreciate all of the great work that you have done to get caught back up to speed, and we look forward to working with you in the future.
Thank you, sir. We're aligned.
Thank you. Mr. Goldie.
Yes, and I agree. Thank you very much for all the hard work and commitment that you're making here. But I also want to be very clear that although there is a 3-year renewal, the things I'm talking about are in the contract. And I expect to have milestones in that contract. And if those milestones are not met, then the contract is in breach, and we would be able to clear that. So I want to be very clear. I don't see anyone walking away from here with a guarantee that they got 3 years. We need to see progress going through annually through this contract, and we will be reviewing it annually. And if those milestones are not met on an annual basis, there is no next year. And so I just want to be very clear to everyone here that I don't consider that we necessarily, I know we have a 3-year renewal that we've given, but that is a renewal based upon a contract. And that contract will have key milestones that if not met, the contract is in breach. And so I just want to be very clear that that's the path I see us going down. And I just want to make sure everyone understands that, because it's not going to be 3 years from now that we take another look at this. We're going to be looking at this at every year. And I don't expect perfection in 1 year. Don't get me wrong.
Sure.
I'm not trying to do that. But we have to see steady progress year over year over year, marching toward at the end of 3 years that it's in a satisfactory position. Because it can't go 2 years with nothing happening and then expect a miracle for the 3rd year. That is not going to happen. And that's not the path we're going down. So I just wanted to be perfectly clear so expectations are set with everyone. Thank you very much. And thank you for the hard work you're doing. I really appreciate that, and I appreciate the commitments.
I'll just say that,
And then for clarification.
not me, it's the team that's here on the ground.
For clarification, Mr. Gode, we will negotiate the contract, the terms that do have to comply with state law. So I don't want to speak specifically, but we have to comply with state law. So we'll work through that negotiations with IDEA.
We've committed to progress monitoring monthly, and so that's my commitment to you guys.
Thank you. Mr. Lewis. Dr. Narcisse.
Yeah, I just,
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
yeah, and I just want to commend Superintendent Cottrell for having a great conversation this morning, but also the context that we know that charters and traditionals live in under these politics that go on, especially here in our state. It is not about whether you are a charter or a traditional, it's about whether you're servicing a community. And the reality has been is, we're having discussion about whether a school is failing, not failing, and who's failing more, is the traditional failing more? I mean, it's just chaos as far as I'm concerned. And there are a lot of different people that pick sides around that. The reality is, I think I commend you because there need to be more leaders like you and myself to be working together to try to make sure that we're improving communities and making sure that kids that go to those schools, whatever choice those parents make, that is the focus, not about the type of school. That is the focus. And I'm also excited that the board is moving in that direction because I will tell you that is something that is very confrontational in this state. And no one likes to talk about that, but I appreciate you, just like I've been a whole lot of places, you've been a lot of places, that we have to be moving this thing forward for children and families.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Okay, so moving on to item
Thank
number 4. IDEA Bridge Public Schools Reports. Are there any questions or comments in regards to item 4? Okay, moving into item number 5, the Emerge School of Autism Report. Questions or comments about the Emerge School Report? Okay. Thank you. Okay, we will now move to item C, items for consideration. Number 1, 2023-2024 school year calendar. Consideration of a request for the approval of the 2023-2024 school year calendar. All right, is there a motion? Okay, and it's been moved by President Lanus and seconded by Mr. Baloo. Comments from the board. Mr. Russ.
So I've heard some concerns on adopting our calendar, specifically from families of middle school students having to do with an adopted schedule that does not allow for time for recess for these students, which, as I understand, is mandated by LDOE. So at this time, I don't feel comfortable approving a school calendar that does not take that into consideration. My understanding is that to solve that issue, we either have to lengthen the time or the day at specific schools or add additional instruction days. And I feel that it is important that we commit to solving that issue, as this is something that was implemented last year. Parents and students were advised that we would solve that problem this year, and that has not taken place. And I do believe that that is important. So I'd like to present a substitute motion to table this item until the May Cal, so that we can get more information and ensure that we have a plan in place before we adopt this, in case we do have to make adjustments to our calendar.
Okay, so the substitute motion is to defer this item until the May Cal. Is there a second? Okay, thank you, Mr. Martin. So now, comment from the board in regards to the substitute motion of deferring the item until the May Cal. Okay, Mr. Gode.
I'd like to have staff, Mr. Smith, give us an explanation, because one of the things I think was the key here is that in middle schools, we teach high school credit courses. And in the past, because we were not paying attention to our calendar, we were not really giving the students enough time in the classroom as required by state law for the Carnegie units that they qualify, that they earn, would be qualified. So this is not a simple issue, so I really would like Mr. Smith to address this. And I also, there is no state law mandating recess in middle school. There's a state law mandating activity time, and that is a different category. So, Mr. Smith, could you please give us some explanation on this?
I know we got a full, good evening, Vice President Powell, President Mr. Linus, and members of the board and superintendent. We have a packed room. I thought everybody was excited around this time of year, because adopting an instructional calendar is probably one of the most important things that a board can do outside of policy and budget. BESI requires every LEA to adopt a calendar with a minimum of 63,720 instructional minutes. Our day, by the time when students arrive at school, we have exactly about 425 instructional minutes a day. We build our calendar basically off an average of 385 minutes. So therefore, there's an hour of non-instructional time that's built into the day. We take into account, because the policy says that you can't include recess, you can't include lunch into the instructional minutes. And so I was a former principal, and I did offer concession at the high school, middle school. So there's time within that hour that schools can fit in that recess or break time for the secondary. And so whatever the pleasure of the board, we can have those conversations. I've talked with some of the teachers, but I'll be willing to work with the chief of staff, but we're a little behind schedule with adopting the calendar. Normally we would come in March, February. We've had this calendar prepared since February. We've totally vetted it. If you looked at the backup, we tried to front load you with much information as possible. We've had just under 7,000 of our stakeholders to respond, majority of those being students. And so I really would encourage you to adopt this calendar and let us have those conversations about how the middle schools fit in that time for recess or concession after lunch.
Okay, Mr. Gode. Okay, thank you. Ms. Kennison.
I'm with you, Mr. Rust, on your sentiment. I think middle schoolers, we need to make sure that they're getting recess. It's a must. Like, our kids are sitting at desks all day. They need a chance to move around. I'd like to perhaps make a friendly to your substitute motion rather than postponing the adoption of this calendar another month, because that's going to cause problems with lots of families,
They're making plans with vacation time.
Yeah, we are. I agree with you that
and we're planning professional development for teachers, and so we're really behind a month.
Right. So, to amend your substitute motion, I suggest that perhaps we push it through to the regular meeting with the language in somewhere in the adoption of the calendar that we move the block minutes from 96 to 90 minutes, allowing for 30-minute recess. Apparently, from what I understand, you still get the minutes, the instructional minutes that way. That's my suggestion.
Yes, I mean, if that's the pleasure of the board to accept your friendly amendment. But again, we can have those conversations, but again, a middle school student arrives on campus at 7 o'clock and the day ends at 2:25. So it's roughly around 7 hours and 25 minutes. You convert that to minutes, is about 425 minutes. On average, what we say our instructional day is averaged around 385, 390 minutes. Therefore, when we take out lunch, transition, recess, there's an hour that's built into the day that kids are with us that are non-instructional, where the principals, administrators have that flexibility. Lunch is normally 20 minutes, 30 minutes. You have maybe some transition time at the secondary, middle and high. Elementary, you have your recess built in. That has been pulled out of the instructional day. And so it's already built in. This calendar has 1,725 minutes above what the minimum that the state requires, which gives us about 4.5 days, contingency days on instructional minutes when you do the mathematics. And I don't have the PowerPoint, but I could bring it up and share with you. I think I sent it to April if they want to show it. But again, you make a valid point, Ms. Kennison. Families are planning their vacation. We're planning curriculum. Our curriculum department are trying to map out scoping sequences, what we call pacing guides, around how many weeks, minutes, around certain units. And so we're kind of behind the ball. And so we wanted to get this calendar to you in March, but we're behind.
Okay, well, perhaps then, not so specifically, but between now and 2 weeks from now, we make sure the middle schoolers have recess back.
And I think the chief of staff is committed to have those conversations with whoever.
Yeah, if I could just,
Yeah.
let us go back, board member Kennison, we can go back and meet with each individual middle school principal and have a discussion with them, because within the current context of the actual calendar, they have that hour, and we can talk to them to see how to modify that in their in their bell schedule.
Yeah.
Right now, we always tell folks that the principals, we look at the overall numbers, and the principals have latitude to make different sets of adjustments, and so we can go back and have those conversations with them.
Okay, but I think it should be established here that every kid in middle school gets recess rather than leave it up to each school. Should we get a consensus on that at some point? That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kennison. I have placed myself in the queue as well, and I agree with my colleague in stating that there should be some type of mandate for recess across the board. As a teacher, I need a break in the middle of the day, okay? At the same time, students, whether they are in pre-K 3 all the way up to age 17, 18, need a break, So when we find that our students have those different breaks that are built in, then it allows for them to be refreshed, for them to, take time to take care of their personal needs and things like that and be able to get back to learning. I think that Dr. Narcisse had answered my question already because I was going to ask if it was pretty much up to the principals to determine, or at the principal's discretion to determine what recess looks like. And maybe that's a conversation that we need to revisit, though, where we place some mandates on what recess should look like, because we do represent the education stakeholders, we represent the parental stakeholders, we represent the community in this process. So thank you so much for sharing, but I sure hope that we can revisit this. I am also in agreement with the fact that we do need to get the calendar going. I've had some parents to already contact me as well and asking when will we go back to school in August, because they're planning vacations and other opportunities for their kids, and they really need this information to be published. So thank you. Mr. Lewis.
Mr. Smith,
Yes, sir.
is physical education, PE, is that considered instructional time or just physical activity?
No, that's instructional time.
Okay.
Any class that carries a standard or skill is considered instructional time. So physical education is instructional time.
So PE won't suffice?
It's instructional time.
I understand. Okay. Thank you.
But I think we all agree that recess, that brain break is needed, so.
Thank you. Mr. Martin.
Thank you. I really didn't believe I was ever going to actually have to fulfill my campaign promise to my daughter to advocate on behalf of recess. But I think, yeah, children are not cogs, and they can't function. I can't function. I don't think I could make it through a school day the way the kids have to now. And so I think that it's as the CDC and others have recommended, it's a hindrance to their ability to learn. And if we have instructional minutes, but the kids tuned out because their breaks have been one lunch and like 3 to 5 minutes between class changes, that's not adequate. My concern because the calendar, of course, doesn't detail the daily schedule of each school, but it does set the number, the start and end date for when we have to get the instructional minutes in. And so if we need to add a week or whatever it is to the calendar, and so that we can then have adequate time for recess, that's a decision that we as a board have to make. If we set an unrealistic target for meeting instructional minutes such that it can only be met without getting recess, that's not a policy decision that I'm prepared to make. So, now in terms of substitute motion, I can't vote to approve this calendar now. If some of these things can be, acted on, or some recess found in some way in this tweak between now and the regular board meeting, that would be acceptable to me. I understand the need, but that's an awful lot of work in the next 2 weeks.
Good evening, everyone. And so, yes, Mr. Moore, that's what I was getting up to speak to, because we're talking about the calendar and we're also talking about the bell schedule for schools, and that's where we're determining how many instructional minutes are allocated to a class period and then may be available for some other auxiliary activities such as recess. So, yes, one of the things that I think that the motion to let us have time to work before the board meeting to come back with more suitable information, because I'm asking my colleague here to really give me the number of total instructional days for each semester. And one of the things that I do want to make sure that we have context on is that, as Mr. Gode did mention, we're looking at instructional time for Carnegie units for those middle school students that have high school credits. And so we need at least 7,515 minutes each semester to make sure that we meet that mark. We have to also remember that we award credits here in EBR by semester and not annually. So each semester we have to have an even number of credits, instructional time to meet the half credit mark for those courses. And so the other point of this is that in the middle grades or in all secondary schools, we have A and B days. So students are not meeting every day in their classes. So the 96-minute mark was the number of minutes that, when calculated, met the mark for the number of minutes. Now, I understand that we have these 2 virtual days, and I'm hearing discussion now that there's a belief that they have enough days. I'm not seeing it in the calculation, but I'm willing to go back with the superintendent's authorization to look at that. And if we can reduce the number of minutes from 96 to the 90 that are required to extend the lunchtime, we're more than willing to do that in the daily bell schedule. Right now, the instructional minutes are at 96. Last year, we attempted to go down by 1 minute to 95. We were 51 minutes short of what was required by the state for instructional time.
And I thank you very much. Mr. Russ, I would suggest perhaps a friendly amendment to refer without recommendation so that we can have the consideration in 2 weeks.
Okay, so currently there is another friendly amendment that's on the floor. So, okay, so you waive that. Okay, all right. So, Mr. Martin, restate your friendly amendment for us.
Just to refer to the board without recommendation to give us 2 weeks, to give the staff 2 weeks to come up with something that has time for recess. I mean, I think I want to be very clear that we want time for recess.
I'll accept that.
Okay.
And
All
also,
right.
just, can I make one more point of
Sure.
clarification about physical activity? Last year, we saw council's advisement on the definition of physical activity, and the PE hour was considered physical activity based on the definition that the state provided. I just want to make sure we clarify that just for your awareness. Yes, sir, thank you.
However, we will bring back recess an option.
Yeah, it's not just about the physical activity, it's about the brain break. For both our kids, and to Vice President Powell's point, for our teachers as well, who are also not cogs in the wheel or automatons.
Okay, so with the amendment or the substitute motion, we still continue with school board comments right now, correct? Okay, so Ms. Stewart.
I don't have a comment on the substitution.
All right, thank you. Mr. Gode. All right, thank you. So if there are no other comments from the board, we will now turn to comments from the public, and we do have some comments already. All right, Ms. Matthews. Yes, and this is in regards to the substitute motion.
Yes. It would be 3 extra days that we have off, that we would need to put back. I did speak with both Adam and Karan about working over this next couple of weeks to look at those minutes, to putting them back, or to see if, use your words, Storm, use your words. Okay, sorry, it's been a long, y'all, this spring break, praise the Lord. Okay, sorry. All right, so I spoke with Adam and Karan about looking at the minutes of each semester, because it was when we took these extra 3 days off this year, and with this current proposed calendar, in addition to the 96 minutes, that we lost the recess time, losing those instructional minutes. So Karan did say before the meeting that she was willing to look at it, with your permission, of course, to look at it to see if we can go back to that 90-minute block to do that. So if we can do that by the next meeting, then that would be great to let us have the recess if y'all do need the calendars. I had 4 principals text me. Principals do not have an hour of autonomy to find it. So that is not accurate, because 4 middle school principals texted me just during this conversation. They're watching.
Thank you. Dr. Fanning.
Thank you. I'm James Finney. A couple thoughts on the calendar. It is embarrassing to be at the board meeting of a charter school who says they can't adopt the calendar because their host school district hasn't gotten their act together. It's April, for heaven's sake. This is a pretty basic expectation of the administration. So I guess if you want to give them 2 more weeks to get their act together, great. I don't believe they're going to pull anything useful together in 2 weeks based on the past performance of this administration. But there's always a first time for everything, so maybe we'll be pleasantly surprised. But because this got put off until the last minute, delayed for I don't know what reason, there were a couple ridiculous questions sent out, I don't know how ridiculous, because I haven't gotten my record request fulfilled yet. But as I understand it, there were 2 unacceptable calendar opportunities presented to stakeholders, and they were supposed to choose, do I want bad choice 1 or bad choice 2? Instead of starting with the building blocks back in October or November or April and finding out what exactly people's priorities are. The most appalling thing I heard in tonight's conversation was middle schoolers starting at 7 o'clock. You know, my kids were young once, and about middle school is when it gets really hard to get up and be awake and conscious and make good use of instruction at that asinine time of the morning. So one of the things you should be looking at is, why does middle school start at 7 o'clock? Why does high school start at whatever time it starts? So you've got a year to get next year's calendar right. Once you finally pull together something that people can live with for this immediate next school year, you don't have any time to waste. Start now figuring out how not to be in this position a year from now. So absolutely put this off for 2 weeks, give the administration one more chance to do their job and get it right, and then adopt something so people can plan in 2 weeks. And then start now and figure out, like I said, not to be in this position in 10 or 11 months from now, because there's no way this calendar adoption should ever happen in April again. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further comments from the public, we will return to comments from the board. President Lanas.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. I want to address something that was just said, because it gives aim towards the administration of East Baton Rouge Parish School System. And I want to commend the people who have put the work in for this calendar. And I know that this is a daunting task, doing this every single year, trying to calculate all of those all the days, calculate all of the hours. Sometimes it's hard. No district gets this right the first time. It has to be modified. I've seen it several times in neighboring districts do the same thing, whether it's Zachary, Baker, Ascension Parish, or whether it's Livingston Parish, they've all done the same thing. And I also want to commend you, Mr. Smith, for your excellent expertise on letting us know the breakdown of what goes into trying to put this calendar together. And just from hearing that alone, the complexity that has gone into this has just been astonishing. And so I just want to say my hat goes off to the administration for trying to work through this. It also goes off to you guys for saying that you are willing to make the corrections right now, from hearing the concerns not only from the board, but from our community, from our teachers. That's commendable. And I thank you, and I just ask you continue to move the work. Thank you.
Mr. Russ.
Yeah, just say real quick, thank you to our administration for hearing out my concern, the concern of our families and teachers. I totally understand how vital it is that we get a calendar adopted for all the reasons why. And so I do have faith that we will get this figured out. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, seeing no further comments, we will now entertain a vote of the substitute motion to defer this item is it without a recommendation? Okay, to the full board in 2 weeks.
To defer or to refer?
To send without recommendation.
To send without recommendation.
There we go. So the substitute motion is to send this item without recommendation to the full board. And on.
I'll read it. I'll read it.
Okay, thank you.
It's a friendly amendment to the substitute motion to send the consideration of a request for the approval of the 2023-2024 school year calendar to the full board without recommendation, to allow for additional planning of middle school recess time.
Perfect, thank you.
Please vote. The motion carries.
Thank you. We now have a comment by President Lanus.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. I just want to use a quick point of personal privilege. I'm looking at the time right now, and it's 5:44. We have just wrapped up our first agenda item. My suggestion is going to be that we modify our speaking time. Otherwise, I don't think we're going to make it through our entire agenda. And if you all recall, last meeting, we had that same problem, and I wouldn't want that to roll over to our regular board meeting. So that's just a suggestion to you, Madam Vice President.
Okay, so I accept that recommendation. So considering, then that means that our public comments, we would limit to,
It's your choice. Currently,
Okay.
it's 3 minutes, so you'd have to make a decision.
I know that in the past, we have. Okay, so in the past, we've done 1 minute for the public and 2 for the board, and I believe that that's probably what is within our best interest even today. Okay, so we will continue with those particular restrictions. Okay, so moving into item 2, grants. Consideration of a request for the approval of the Special Olympics Louisiana Funding Unified Champion Schools Grant in the amount of $20,500 to build and expand inclusive programming for ESS students. Is there a motion? Okay, it has been moved by Mr. Lewis and seconded by Mr. Lanus. We are now entertaining comments from the board. Okay, seeing none, comments from the public. Okay, all right, seeing none, we're now back to comments from the board. Okay, if we can entertain a vote, please.
Please vote. The motion carries.
Thank you. Item 3, summer compensation modification. Consideration of a request to amend the summer 2023 salary schedule to approve a 40% increase in compensation of specified summer part-time employees. Strategic alignment, operational excellence, funding source, federal and general fund. Is there a motion? Okay, it has been moved by Mr. Ballou. Okay, and it has been seconded by Ms. Kennison. Okay, comments from the board. All right. Seeing none, comments from the public. Ms. Matthews. Item 3.
Oh, I'm sorry. Hi. Yes, I do agree with the equal compensation, but one thing that is very, very, very confusing for teachers, and they're constantly asking questions, is the fact that some outside compensation is $25 an hour and some outside compensation is $35 an hour. And so I constantly am getting questions, hey, Storm, I only got paid $25 an hour for this, but I thought it was $35. Can we, after you guys do this motion, can we maybe do an overhaul to where all outside compensation is one rate to make it easier on teachers when they sign up to do something, that they know everything from now on is going to be that $35 rate instead of, oh, I worked this, I thought I was doing tutoring for $35 an hour. Once I got paid, I found out it was only $25 an hour. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, seeing no additional comments from the public, we will now return to comments from the board. Okay, seeing none, we will now entertain a vote.
Please vote. Motion carries.
Thank you. Item 4, summer compensation modification, child nutrition program, consideration of a request to amend the summer 2023 child nutrition program, CNP salary schedule to approve CNP employees, regular hourly 9-month rate, strategic alignment, operational excellence, and exemplary customer service, funding source, child nutrition program. Is there a motion? Okay. It has been moved by Mr. Lewis and seconded by Ms. Kennison. Comments from the board? Okay. Seeing none, comments from the public? All right, seeing none, returning to comments from, okay. Is that for item 4? Okay, Dr. Finney.
Thank you. I'll be brief. 2 points that apply to this one as well as any other. The failure to have an agenda that can fit into 4 hours should not be first taken out upon the public's right to speak. Now, a minute's plenty of time for me. It's not necessarily plenty of time for the person that feels strongly about one topic and isn't necessarily prepared to organize their
Dr.
thoughts.
Feeney, I do apologize. I would love for you to stick to the item that's on the floor at this time.
Okay. In consideration of that, I'm going to wait about 15 seconds just so I make sure I use up my whole minute. With this and any other item, there should be a very specific fiscal note. There generally is not. That's outrageous. You shouldn't be adopting anything that changes the spending of money without knowing exactly to the dollar the impact on any affected fund. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, seeing no other public comments for item 4, we will now return to the board. Any comments from the board? Okay, we will now call for a vote for item 4.
Please vote. Motion carries.
Thank you. Item 5, Comprehensive Summer Program Memorandums of Understanding, MOU, Professional Services Contracts, consideration of a request for the approval of the following complementary memorandums of understandings and contracts for the Comprehensive Summer Program between the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board and the following: Alphabet A, Big Buddy Program MOU; Alphabet B, Boys and Girls Club Metro Louisiana MOU; Alphabet C, YMCA of the Capital Area MOU and Professional Services Contract not to exceed $94,080 to provide summer enrichment programming; Alphabet D, BREC MOU and Professional Services Contract not to exceed $76,800 to provide summer recreational programming; Strategic Alignment, Student Achievement, Funding Source Title I. Is there a motion? Okay, it has been moved by Mr. Lewis and seconded by Ms. Stewart. Comments from the board? Coach Lewis. Better yet, School Board Member Lewis.
I'll answer to both. Okay. Programs like this help keep our kids off the streets in the summertime. It helps keep them safe. I'm a member of the Y, and to see those kids going back and forth, they're swimming, they're playing basketball, they're playing volleyball, they're going on field trips. It's an amazing thing for these kids in the summertime, and it's also an amazing thing for the parents as well, because I did pawpaw duty summer after summer after summer, taking my grandkids back and forth to the Y. You know, there's no way we can't pass this, and especially swimming. So many young kids don't know how to swim, and it has cost lives because they simply don't know how to swim. Being at the Y will help them overcome the fear of the water, and it gives them an opportunity to grow. and to be healthy. I think this is a wonderful deal that we have with all these organizations.
Thank you. I have entered into the queue as well. If Dr. Stovall or Dr. Bethley or Ms. Smith can speak to this, my question is swimming included in these programs? Because I know that there are like scholarships and things available. Okay. Okay, so I'm seeing a head shaking of no. But if we could find a way, and if you will, if we could find a way to include that within, or that particular program within the YMCA contract, please do so, because it is a matter of safety. So just wanted to include that as well. Thank you. Okay, comments from the public. Okay. Seeing none, back to comments from the board. Okay, we will now entertain a vote.
Please vote. Motion carries.
Thank you. Okay, we will now move to item 6, Memorandum of Understanding, MOU, BRAIN, BRAYN, consideration of a request for the approval of an MOU between the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board and BRAIN, Baton Rouge Area Youth Network, to implement a model to strengthen school and community partnerships. Is there a motion? Okay, it has been moved by Mr. Lanus and seconded by Mr. Russ. Comments from the board? Okay, comments from the public? All right, Dr. Feeney.
First, the good news is that, good news for you, I'm leaving to go play for a church service in a moment. So I'm sure you'll miss me for the rest of the evening. I would hope somebody would introduce a substitute motion to send this forward without recommendation, because I believe it would be a violation of the ethics code for Mr. Lannis to vote on something that involves a network that involves his employer as one of the partners. Likewise, Mr. Martin, because the LSU Ag Center is one of the members of the Baton Rouge Area Youth Coalition, if I got that term right. I would suggest you recuse yourself, and therefore I would strongly encourage you to send this without recommendation so it can stand alone and get 7 votes as opposed to 9 and force me to file an ethics complaint. Thank you for your time.
Are there any other comments from the public? Okay, returning to comments from the board, and I have entered the queue. I just wanted to ask, is BRAIN, or Baton Rouge Area Youth Network, and Baton Rouge Area Youth Coalition, are they one in the same? If someone can answer, please.
No, they're not the same. The
Okay.
Baton Rouge Area Youth Network is where it's a consortium where all our nonprofit partners get together that provide after-school programs, work together to support what goes on in our schools across the parish.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Lanus.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. I'm going to make a comment, then I'm going to refer to General Counsel. This item in no way, shape, or form speaks towards any individual organization. This is for BRAIN, and any participating organizations are thought partners with BRAIN. So it does not speak towards any compensation, any monetary movement of dollars for any particular organization. But as I said before, I'm going to refer to General Counsel for advice on this particular item.
Yes, and I'll just kind of reiterate, this is actually a memorandum of understanding. Generally, we enter MOUs to show the public and to show partners how we'll work with them. There can be an exchange of resources with an MOU. There could actually be a financial obligation with an MOU. In this case, there's not. And so I know that we have two board members who may associate with some of the member organizations. There's no financial consideration, but to be certain between now and the final adoption of the regular meeting, we'll research that to be sure. And if we need to pull the item for recusals, we can do that.
Thank you, General Counsel. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Mr. Martin.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. I wanted to note for the record that the entity listed in the BRAIN membership is the LSU Ag Center. I work for the LSU A&M campus, which is a distinct agency for purposes of state ethics law. And I do not work for the LSU Ag Center at all. So for those reasons and the reasons outlined by President Landis and General Counsel Shamlin, there being no financial entanglements with this agreement, I don't see any need to recuse myself.
Okay, thank you. Seeing no other comments from the board, we may now enter into a vote.
Please vote. Oh, sorry. Motion carries.
Thank you. Item 7, naming of Capitol High School site. Consideration of the proposed recommendation for the naming of the new school to be located at the Capitol High School site. Is there a motion? Okay, it has been moved by Ms. Stewart and seconded by Mr. Russ. We will now enter into comments from the board.
Ms. Powell, I'm going to jump in for just a second.
Okay.
I didn't enter the queue, though. I do think the motion here needs to be specifically to adopt the recommendation of the committee to name the school a particular name, because there's a process involved with naming of facilities, and there's a recommendation made to the superintendent, who's now made one to the board. So I just wanted, for technical purposes, to make sure we get the language of the motion right. The motion should be to accept that recommendation, if we're in agreement.
So let's simply correct that wording. Is that correct?
Well, I think the maker of the motion, Mr. Landis, would need to agree to amend his motion to accept the recommendation.
Ms. Stewart.
I'm sorry, Ms. Stewart, I apologize.
Okay, so the motion to accept recommendation for the naming of the new school to be located at the Capitol High current site?
And the naming of that school.
And the naming of that particular school of Capitol High School.
Yes.
Is the new motion.
Mr. Russ, do you still second that motion? Okay, all right. Okay, so considering comments from the board, and I will enter into the queue as well. Okay, so I just wanted to share that I've been given the opportunity to serve in an appointed role as a part of the naming of Capitol High School. And that is, I'm sure, because it is a part of my district, which is District 3. And number one, it was a pleasure to be a part of that conversation with the community stakeholders from the area, and just to share that what the name that is being considered is simply Capitol High School. So I just wanted to share that that was just a historic moment and a wonderful conversation to be a part of. Okay, seeing no other comments from the board, we will entertain comments from the public. Seeing none, we return to comments from the board. Okay, let us enter into a vote.
Please vote. The motion carries.
Thank you. Item 8, request for qualifications, Baton Rouge Center for Visual and Performing Arts. Consideration of a request for the authorization for staff to issue a request for qualifications, RFQ, to seek proposals to provide construction management at risk CMAR services for the Baton Rouge Center for Visual and Performing Arts Tax Plan Project, Strategic Alignment, Operational Excellence, Funding Source, Tax Plan. Is there a motion? Okay, Mr. Russ, and seconded by Mr. Martin. Comments from the board? Okay, all right, seeing none, comments from the public at this time? All right, seeing none, comments from the board? Okay, may we entertain a vote?
Please vote. Motion carries.
Thank you. Item 9, architect selection, Baton Rouge Center for Visual and Performing Arts. Consideration of a request for the approval of the Architectural Selection Committee's recommendation of RHH Tipton to provide architectural design consulting services for the Baton Rouge Center of Visual and Performing Arts project, strategic alignment, operational excellence, funding source, tax plan. Is there a motion? Okay, it has been moved by Mr. Gaudet and seconded by Mr. Martin. Are there any comments from the board? Mr. Lewis.
Thank you, Vice President Powell. What is the DBE participation with this company? Can anybody tell me that? Can I have that information?
Mr. Morales, can you please come up?
Good afternoon. That is your disadvantaged business, women and minority-owned businesses.
What's the participation?
I think there's a 20% participation goal for construction projects through the Fast Share program. Is it 20 or 30? It's 20.
It's 20?
I think so.
And we're going to, and if they've got to have that 20%. If they're at 19.5, they don't qualify.
So the Fast Share is a part of the scoring for your selection. And what they do is they propose a plan of how they're going to meet or exceed those goals. Everybody who submitted for the architectural selection has met those goals or had a plan, has a plan to meet those goals and or exceed them.
Okay. Well, I'll be curious to see, to make sure that those goals are met.
So Mr. John Smith from the Fast Share program works through construction projects and then follows up on the back end. And so he's able to give you historical context of what vendors have said, hey, we'll meet this goal or exceed it, and then what are the outcomes of it.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Thank you. Ms. Stewart.
And I was just curious on piggyback on School Board Member Lewis's comment in regards to the selection and the process of disadvantaged minorities and things of that nature. So I'm interested in the selection process in that as well. So if you can give me some information on that, or I don't know, a briefing on that as well, if you don't mind.
So the selection process happens through two parts. First, you put out the RFQ for a architect, and they all provide a written submission. And so what happens is the committee gets those written submissions, they go through it, they score it based on what is proposed, and then from there, typically you would shortlist it. In this case, we did not shortlist it. think we had four applicants, and so we interviewed all of them. And what happens is, once you're shortlisted, then you go to an oral presentation. From that oral presentation, they go back over what they provided to you in writing, but then they go into detail and answer questions that we have for them about their proposal and or how they're going to meet these strategies or these goals, and what is it that they're going to provide to the district that makes them the best selection for this said project.
And then there's a team or a committee then that chooses from those persons?
Correct.
Okay.
And in this case, there was a committee of 6 people who was on the board. And so all 6 people, we had Fair Share. John Smith was there to represent Fair Share. You had an architect on the board to represent Architectural. We had somebody from Facility Management for Facility Management representation. I was there as an owner's rep. You had Dr. Moore as the principal for academic. Okay. And then Executive Director, Ms. Aguilar, was there as another academic representative.
Okay. All right. Thanks.
Yep.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Martin.
Thank you, Vice President Powell. Just to clarify and provide a little background for Ms. Stewart's question, Mr. Morales, this is when you talk about the committee, this committee established by the State Architectural Selection Board. Is that correct? This is not our committee. I mean, this is the process for selecting an architect is governed by state law that provides the Architectural Selection Board. Is that correct? Or is this...
So I can't answer that because when I arrived to the district, this is what's written in policy as to how an architect is selected, and I'm going off of policy.
Right, but the committee, who appointed that committee?
Who selected the committee?
Yes.
We did. EBR did. We found those people.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other comments from the board? Okay. All right, comments from the public. All right. Seeing none, returning to comments from the board. Okay, seeing none, we will entertain a vote.
Please vote. The motion carries.
Thank you. Item 10, professional services contract, Great Minds PBC. Consideration of a request for the approval of a professional services contract between the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board and Great Minds PBC in the amount of $22,200 to provide professional development sessions in the Eureka Math Squared Algebra 1 curriculum, strategic alignment, student achievement, and employee development. Funding source, ESSER 2, math incentive. Is there a motion? Okay. It has been moved by Mr. Gode and seconded by Ms. Kennison. Comments from the board? Okay, Ms. Kennison.
It's off topic, so I'm going to get bopped, but can I make a request that we undo the shortening of the commentary, given that we're blowing through this and there's a couple of hot button issues coming up? Thank you.
Totally fine with me. All right. Any additional comments from the board?
You said who made the motion? Board Member Golden made the motion, seconded by Board Member Kennison.
Yes.
And we're going back to the original
Timing.
speaking time.
Okay. All right. Comments from the public at this time? Okay. Seeing, okay.
Can we give her one?
Okay. All right. Okay, please state your name for the record.
Fairleigh Jackson, member of Board Member Lewis's district, Coach. I support the substitute motion. We do have some very important issues coming up. I think that it was very hasty to limit the public to 1 minute, so I support the substitute motion to allow us for more time. Thank you.
All right, still returning to public comment in regards to the professional services contract, Great Minds PBC. Okay, seeing none, returning to comments from the board in regards to item 10. Okay, we will enter into a vote.
Please vote. The motion carries.
Thank you. Item 11, professional services contract, literacy. Consideration of a request for the approval of a professional services contract between the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board and the National Institute for Excellence in Teaching, NIET, in the amount of $231,000 to develop a standard operating process for analyzing district data, improving instructional strategies, and building the capacity of educators. Strategic alignment, employee development, funding source, comprehensive literacy state development grant. Is there a motion? Okay, it has been moved by Mr. Gode and seconded by Mr. Martin. Comments from the board? Okay. Seeing none, comments from the public? Okay, seeing none, returning to comments from the board. Okay, we will enter into a vote.
Please vote. Motion carries.
Thank you. Item 12, contract, Centegix. Consideration of a request for the approval of a contract between the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board and Centegix in the amount of $2,345,450 over a 3-year period to provide an emergency response system for classroom and school-wide security. Strategic alignment, operational excellence, funding source, ESSER, and general fund. Is there a motion? Okay, it has been moved by Mr. Lanas. Is there a second? Okay, it has been seconded by Mr. Gode. Comments from the board? Mr. Ballou.
Are we going to have a presentation explaining what this system does?
Yes, Board Member Ballou likes for Centegix to come on up. Yes.
Hi, good evening. My name is Derek Rowe. I appreciate the opportunity here. My colleague Heather is circling in the air. She got delayed in her route here, but I'm happy to be with you and present. So yeah, you're seeing this. So basically, just a quick overview for you of what our solution is. I'm a former K-12 CIO over in Baldwin County Schools over near Mobile. So that's why I'm here. I was able to hop on I-10 and didn't run the risk of air. But I point out my background only because I've been a part of Centegix from the beginning when we created it. And we created it based on the reality of the school world, meaning I'd been there, I'd seen solutions in all types of uses where they look good on paper, but when it comes time for someone to hope that thousands of employees can use it, that it's effective in the environment that is the real world of the school, that it can be left lacking. So what we came up with, and I'll pass this around, you're welcome to, it's kind of all starts and begins with a badge. It's a wearable badge that every staff member has the ability to use. And when I say every staff member, that's the superintendent, the principal, teacher, custodian, cafeteria worker, everybody, because everybody needs the ability to let you know if they need help. You're welcome to like to see it, but. So the value of the badge, and I'll show you how it works, but the value of the badge, it's all about decreasing response time, or increasing the time, decreasing the amount of time that passes in an emergency. And it's two things that we're looking at, is how quickly can we let someone call for help, and how quickly can help know exactly where they are and respond to it. And in terms of just quickly calling for help, in an emergency or anytime you're kind of afraid, it might be a child having a seizure in front of you or a fight, you lose a lot of critical motor skills. And so that's one of the reasons we went with the badge, is we'd seen, for instance, an app, there are applications you can have on your phone that are out there. It can be very difficult both to just physically use it, but also you just may not be able to get to it in the event of a medical or a physical altercation. It's kind of hard for me to pull my phone out, do the facial recognition, find the app, and use it. So it's all about being quick and easy. It is a wearable, so it's always with them. It can be worn just right behind the ID, like I've got mine here. Not invasive to personnel, as I'll just speak for the district that I used to work at. It was really be difficult to ask people to put an application on their personal cell phone. A lot of the, hey, are you tracking me, that kind of thing, if I'm using this and it's on my cell phone. So very non-invasive to be a badge like that. As a former IT person, what I'd like to point out is we don't require or use your Wi-Fi or cell service. We're coming in and it's providing our own, both the fact that we're not interfering with yours, or we're also getting around the issue that, again, I know most schools have, of dead zones in the school where, I don't get a good cell signal, or I don't have Wi-Fi. So the badge will work because we come in and provide our own network on that. And then the last thing is just room level accuracy, because again, in an event like an emergency, you have to know that the right people have to know exactly where they need to go. My brother's an assistant principal, and he always used the example of someone having an emergency and in his school, and they had a walkie-talkie, which was great, but she kept saying, I'm by the boys' bathroom. Well, they had 5 boys' bathrooms at the high school. He's like, we had to know which one, and we couldn't, so they're running to all of them. So immediately knowing where you need to go is critical. So just to show you what you can do from the badge, there are 2 things. One button that lets you do one of 2 things. By far the most common use of our badge, of our system, is what's called a staff alert. This is, I need help, I need assistance. I don't need the whole school to stop doing what they're doing. I just need the right people to know that I need help. And the way that's activated is just that one button. I can feel it, it's recessed. I click it 3 times. And when I click it 3 times, what it's going to do, again, this would be for use for these kinds of events, a medical emergency, maybe a runner at your school, a fight, a school violence. But when I click it 3 times, what's going to happen is on the cell phone or the computer of the responders at that school, your responders would typically be your walkie-talkie wearers, a principal, assistant principal, SRO, nurse. Usually your front desk person would want it on the computer just to be aware that something's going on. What is going to happen is it's going to pop up automatically on their phone and on their computer, and it's going to show them who needs help, who clicked the badge, where they are located at that moment, not where they usually are, where they're based, but literally where they are at that moment. We do cover your exterior as well, so this will work if you're in the parking lot, on the ball field, etc. So I immediately know who needs help and where they are, and I'm off and going to them. We are a critical alert enabled solution, and what that means is like an Amber Alert or a tornado warning, flash flood. You know how that'll override your silent setting on your phone? That's what it does for these responders that would have it on their cell phone. So you're not just getting a text message you're hoping someone will check. They're going to know they have something to act on, those key people. And so they know who needs help, and they're off to assist them. So that's the staff level alert. Again, that is literally 98.5% of our usage. I need help, but I don't need the whole school to know. Going into what happens when it is a campus-wide alert. Unfortunately, this is becoming more and more prevalent, as you know, if you watch the news. The ability to mobilize your entire campus in seconds to protect themselves from, God forbid, like an active shooter. We do point out just some findings that were from the Uvalde report in Texas. And that is, that there was an application in use there, a cellular-based application. And all of the kind of issues that I mentioned, the real-world things can kind of be gotchas is what occurred there. The poor Wi-Fi connectivity had an impact in a delay in the lockdown. Not all teachers were receiving it because, again, it's very difficult to expect everybody to download an application onto their phone. And since you're teaching and not, I don't think anyone would argue that, this is not the best way to teach a class is, with my phone out, so I'm kind of constantly monitoring it. So, that notification wasn't as pervasive as it needed to be to let people know there was an issue. No one on the school made an intercom announcement, but again, that's not the biggest indictment on those people, because if someone's in there with a gun, it's kind of hard to expect someone to keep their head, and go make that announcement. So the ability to automatically make announcements is critical. And also just knowing exactly where the incident was, or being able to trigger it. If you remember in their incident, someone saw the person before they ever entered the school. And again, that's where it's critical that we're covering the exterior as well, because you could actually initiate a lockdown from even outside of the school. And so what happens with our system, if someone were to want to initiate a lockdown, they see an active intruder, they see a police chase that comes on campus, or again, God forbid, an active shooter, and it's the same button, but instead of 3 clicks, they're just going to keep clicking until they see certain things happen. And so among the things that they will see happen would be a desktop takeover. So every computer, every teacher computer in that school, so that, just to give you a visual instead of just looking at a PowerPoint, but that's the Amber Alert. So I actually, the critical alert, I actually just clicked my badge to initiate a lockdown. It just gives you an idea. These strobes are present in every classroom, the restrooms, the locker rooms, down the halls. So immediately, I'm going to shut that off just so it doesn't bother you all as they're going, but immediately the entire school knows to take action. No different than, if you will, the reason we know to get out of a building with a fire alarm, we don't get text messages on it. We see and hear things that tell us to get out. So so they're getting a visual alert. We do integrate with intercom systems, so there'll be a pre-recorded automated alert go out, whatever it is the district chooses to have said when a lockdown were occurred. So it'd be an announcement, attention, lockdown, lock your door, secure your, turn out your lights, get into a hard corner, and as well as the value of the desktop takeover allows you to give written instructions, so you're not just hoping someone remembers what to do or goes and grabs a little binder to tell them. So there's multiple ways to move and mobilize the campus, not just for the teachers, but we kind of forget about it. I might be a visitor in there. I know that something's going on. I might be a student in the restroom. I know something's going on. You're communicating campus-wide. This is just kind of the last thing too to point out on that is we do have the ability at the district's pleasure to choose it. We do have the ability to automatically notify the local police in the event of a lockdown. So you're not hoping someone remembered to call 911 as they're dealing with what else is going on. Again, we have multiple ways to do that. It's required by law in some states, not in Louisiana, but that is something that is provided by our service as well. Very important to get police there, but what's even more important is, because in terms of there's still time spent, is if I can mobilize that campus in seconds. And if I can let like an SRO on campus know immediately by their phone exactly where this was originating, and they're moving immediately in that exact area instead of just knowing they have an incident somewhere in the school. So the last thing functionally that the system allows is for your administrators. So all staff members, if they see an event or I need help, we had a lady in Washington State that had her phone right next to her. This was literally the day after we trained them. They had just gone live, and it's about being easy to use. She had a heart attack in her office. Her door was shut, and she said, I tried to use my phone, my desk phone, and my cell phone, but she lost her vision. She clicked her badge before she hit the ground, and she's fine. But she said, I knew she couldn't use something even as simple as just kind of dialing her phone. So everybody has that ability with the badge. This last piece is only for administrators that you would designate, a principal, assistant principal, head of security. superintendent. This would be the ability to also do a campus-wide alert for other type events like severe weather, or for instance, if you get I was with our superintendent once, he got a call about a robbery in the area of one of our schools, so we call that a hold in place. And instead of just calling the school to tell them what to do, you could literally leverage it by going to your app, choosing a hold in place. Same thing's going to happen, only maybe now. And it's your protocols, your colors, your choices. These are just for example. But hold in place might flash purple. There's a standard announcement immediately to hold in place. The desktop comes up with the messaging for hold in place. So again, the key is you're mobilizing that campus in seconds. It's kind of like I'll call you later to explain why I put you in a hold in place, but at least you know to do that in seconds. And so just to recap the problems we were solving, the one button activation to keep it simple and not have anything I have to download or that is on my personal feature, the fact that it is your total campus, that we are given in the event of a campus-wide one, the multiple ways to notify everybody to take action, not just hoping they're checking their phone. And also, again, the criticality, especially for responders, whether they're just internal to the school responding to a seizure or, God forbid, responding to an active shooter, knowing exactly where that is originated in the school. The last piece I'll highlight is from a reporting standpoint, this data as it's done is just automatically accumulated, if you will, because I know that an action happened. When someone responds to one, they can close it out, they can cite it as a medical issue or a behavioral issue or whatever. And so that principal is able to see what's going on in that school and down to the areas that it happened and the type things that they're dealing with. And so that's automatically done. It's not something they've got to go out and again, I think of my brothers in AP, they've got too much on their plate already. There's no, the fact that he doesn't have to go fill that out manually is a big positive. The last piece that I'll share on the hardware, and don't worry, we're not going to do a technical dive, but I think this is very important. I know, I'm sure your district's similar to mine. Yours is larger. Mine was about 50 schools that I worked at. But we had schools ranging from, 60 years old to built 2 years ago. Our physical infrastructure, these devices, there's no wiring required on these. These are battery, multi-year batteries that we monitor, we maintain. But my point is, there is no physical infrastructure required. We've already discussed some of this with your IT folks, but you're not running power or drops in a school to get, with these being in every classroom, there's not going to be Panduit down every wall, and we're not in a school for a week to install this. We're typically, we install more than one school in an evening. We're in and out. But again, I think it's very important to realize there's not that, as an IT guy used to see it, where there's an item to be voted on. And then as IT, you kind of had to say, well, hold on, I need to tell you what my cost is to make this work. We're going to spend X number of dollars for infrastructure. So as part of the design of this was kind of my role to make sure we did it in a very unintrusive way. So that, I am not Heather Conley, by the way, but that's the end of that. And those were Heather's slides, but that's the end of the presentation. So certainly open to any questions or comments.
Thank you. Mr. Russ.
So you answered a couple of my questions. One I have is, you mentioned a couple times that it's not utilizing the school's Wi-Fi. What is the technology that you're utilizing?
Right. It's we're using low data rate Bluetooth that's called coded PHY. And the so what to that, when you hear Bluetooth, if you're like, a lot of folks, you're thinking of your car keys in a 50-foot range, if you will. The coded PHY version means I get 800 to 1,000 feet of transmission from this badge. Another reason we use Bluetooth is because it doesn't interfere with your wireless that you already have. We're not setting up a parallel wireless network, which would interfere with. So a lot of good range. The last thing I'll say is part of the value of coded PHY, if you scan for Bluetooth devices, I'm looking for a printer. Again, my brother being an assistant principal, these are the things that I had in mind. I don't want to see our devices. I don't want to see 50 of these show up when I'm looking for a printer. So we're at a different wavelength, 125 different data rate rather. So when you scan, you're scanning at 1 meg. You would never even see our devices.
How secure is this technology compared to conventional, like retail Bluetooth that, can be pretty easily breached?
Yeah, so it is a hardened system. It's closed. We don't invite anything to join our system. So again, because it is literally, and that's another advantage of it being at 125K, there are some really smart students out there, and so you almost don't want to dare them. If I'm scanning, I'm scanning at 1 meg, not at 125K, and so that's another reason that we're at that we are.
Thank you. So, thank you for your presentation. It answered a lot of key questions I had. One, I would ask, it's just essentially hypothetical, is assume that the board approved this at our next meeting. What is the anticipated time of rolling out a system like this, start to finish? How long does it take you to install this across 89 sites, I think we're looking at?
Right. No, great question. And again, one of the real beauties of it being wire-free, we're in 3 of the top 10 districts in the country. One of them, Clark County, is over 400 sites, Las Vegas, in Hillsborough, Florida. So normally what we tell folks is it's a total of a 3 to 4 month timeline. And when I say total, that doesn't mean we're in your schools that long installing. We literally, Mobile County has it in 90 schools. We did 60 of them installed in, I think it was 2 to 3 weeks. So we're not under their skin, but the timeline itself, most of that time is spent, hey, do you have your protocols? We do on-site training and making sure people know how to use it. But I think 4 months is, and again, this is a little bit where Heather's more in tune with Adam on the solution consulting side, but in general, 3 to 4 months.
Okay, so 2 more things. First, I'm hoping that we have some teachers and administrators here that can give public comment on their opinion of this, which I'm sure that we will. Second, I'd really like to hear from Captain Price on what you think about the impact this might have. Is it Price? Walker, I'm sorry. Where did I get Price from? Captain Walker, on the impact that you think this might have on your ability to do your job and secure our schools. Please come on up.
And can I add one thing on the teacher side, just because I didn't mention this? This device, this is just important for teachers to know. I don't know where you are until you click it to tell me where you are, just to be clear. So no one has the ability to look and go, hey, where's that teacher, or et cetera. It can't track you. Only when you click it and say, I need you to know where I am, is it now knowing where you are, just because, again, I know that's a key concern among staff.
Well, good evening, board members and Dr. Narcisse. I have one question. Maybe I'm a little slow today. How does this device differentiate between an active school shooting and another site, a fight or something like that? How can we tell the difference automatically?
Yes, sir. So again, there are 2, and you're not the first to ask that question, I promise you, that's a good question. So there are 2 things that you can do from the button. So again, the most common thing is I'm going to click it 3 times, and all that's going to do is go to the phone or computer of that school's responders to tell them they have what we call a staff alert typically. So that would be the fight, the medical emergency. So that's only to let SRO, nurse, assistant principal, whatever, know I need help and here's where I am.
Right.
If I keep clicking it, it's when they get at 10 or more, and we'll tell them literally, you can click it 25 times, just click until you see these start flashing. So by keep clicking it, once it gets to 10 or more, that's when lights flash and you now know you have what we would, again, it's up to you what you want to call it, a lockdown, a hard lockdown, an active threat, et cetera. So that's when you kind of know, to your point, if I'm an assistant principal, you're still running towards the person in that active threat. As an assistant principal, I'm not running now at that issue. I'm batting down or doing my protocols because this is different than a staff level alert.
Right. Well, my only concern is from a law enforcement perspective, if we get an active shooter situation, we're coming in with long guns and it's more of a military style approach. It would really look terrible if we come in to a military situation and it's not what we expected it to be. So I want to make sure we're clear on exactly, can we know exactly if it's a active school shooting or will we know it's just a school lockdown?
Yeah,
I'm kind of confused on
right.
that.
So one of the things, no, it's a good question. So one of the things, I actually had a picture on my phone of an event, for instance, when there was shots fired right across the street from a school. And one of the things is these badges, you can see a cluster of dots. So all of a sudden they knew they had something significant in that wing, going on in that wing because they saw that cluster of dots on the map. But to your point, if there is the ability from the app, for example, we have some entities choose this. It's not the most common approach, but where they would say, hey, there is a lockdown, but I don't really want to notify the cavalry. I've got my SRO and all, but I don't want to notify the cavalry unless I choose to make this now an active shooter event or something. That could be done via one of the aspects on the phone that the responder could escalate it to. So for instance, I know of one entity where they'll have it where when they do a lockdown, that SRO on site will basically be able to confirm it to then say, yeah, we have that, and then that kind of calls in the cavalry if you want to go that route. That is not the common route, but it is one that's been in place.
Okay, well, besides that, I think any time that you can reduce response time is powerful, because I know I've been on the end of responses that hadn't gone as quickly as I would like. So I agree, I like that part, but I'm just a little concerned about that other portion.
And your ability to know where in the school is something we get a lot of positive feedback, so you're not walking to the front door at
Right.
a large high school and you might still be 10 minutes away from where you need to be.
Okay. But I think it's a great device. I think anytime we have our student and staff that they're secure and they know that we have actual time that we can get there a lot quicker, I think it's a positive thing, and I like that part of it.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Captain Walker. That's all.
Thank you. Mr. Lewis.
There's no doubt that it's a great project. I mean, a great tool. My problem with is I'm looking at the funding, the cost, when there's so many other things that we can do to make our schools secure. Besides, the badges. And I'm not saying it is. I'm sure it works great, and I'm sure you have great data to back up everything you're saying. But we're talking about we've talked about making our schools more secure with fencing. We talked about making our schools more secure with cameras. We're talking about hiring SRO officers. There are so many other things that we can do that I think will benefit and keep our schools and our students safe. We're looking at ESSA funding and general funds. We can't. It's, No. You guys reading my mind down there. That's fine.
Continue, Coach.
I'm just, you can't put a price tag on safety, but I just think that we really need to make sure that we're getting our money's worth with this. I mean, because we talked earlier today about, simple fencing and control access doors and all these different things that we can do. I've got a problem with $2,345,450. When we don't have a budget for next year. We don't know what kind of work for, if, God forbid, if there's a rift. I mean, we don't know what we're going to be facing next year when it comes to budgets. We want to give our teachers pay raises. I mean, there's a lot of monies. There's a lot of things that we need in this district, and safety is one of them. But making sure that our kids are growing, making sure that our teachers are paid, making sure that we don't have to cut staff. So there's just so many other things that hover around this right now that I'm still trying to wrap my mind around.
Can I see? Am I okay to respond?
Sure, go right ahead.
No, I get what you're saying. We certainly complement other solutions, such as like if you have, we get feedback where if they have access control, we can trigger that to where it knows that a school goes into lockdown. We get a lot with cameras where they know cameras tend to be an after the fact thing. They know more quickly what to look at. But the biggest thing that we get in terms of feedback is the fact that whether it's fencing or cameras or metal detectors, is that this solution is useful across the board. Again, don't forget that staff alert scenario. So whether we get feedback on the discreteness of it. So if I have a behavioral issue in my classroom, the fact that I can call for help while I'm still making eye contact and I'm keeping things without going and kind of escalating by hitting the button, medical emergencies, et cetera. So the wide variety of usage is one of the big pieces of feedback that we get where it's kind of an across-the-board medical issues for students, teachers, et cetera, as well as behavioral, severe weather, like we said. So it kind of applies to all types of usage, just to lay that out there for you.
Thank you.
Okay, President Lanus.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. Had a few comments on this particular item. A month and a half ago, parents and teachers stood outside of the boardroom and they went in front of the cameras and they said that they are unsafe inside of our schools. They said the district needs to do something. We should not feel unsafe when we walk inside of our schools and we're trying to teach our kids. Over the course of this school year, I think that we've probably had the most fights that I've ever seen before. And we're not talking about isolated incidents. We're talking about group fighting, whether it's girls versus boys, boys versus girls, boys versus boys, girls versus girls. And that put the district in a position where we had to act. When we went to Washington, D.C., it was myself and a few of our colleagues along with our superintendent. We met with some of the largest districts in the entire country. And every single district said the same thing. They're dealing with crime, they're dealing with fighting, and everybody is trying to search and find the right answers. What I can tell you is this: there is no one solution to fixing the problems you see happening inside of schools. We can go and hire 50 SROs. It is not going to stop the problem. We can put high-end fencing around every single campus, and I'm not knocking the solution of bringing more fencing on campuses, by the way. I think that we absolutely need to make that happen. But the point is that even if we secured every campus with a fence, it still wouldn't stop the problems that you see existing. Because on one end, you're talking about an active shooter. On the other end, you're talking about fights that are happening almost every single week inside of our schools. And as a district, we have to respond, and we have to respond swiftly. I understand the dollar amount behind this, and at the end of the day, if you ask me, and not speaking personally to this, if you ask me whether or not a dollar amount is going to suffice for somebody losing a life, when you talk to other districts and you see what has happened there who've had those active shooter incidents happen on campus, a lot of them are wishing that they had made the right preventative changes early on so they didn't have to go through that. So for me, I'm going to support this. Because as a district, we sat down for almost 2 hours and we vetted this out. We asked every single question imaginable to see if this is a good fit for our district. And if it's going to cut down on response times, if it's going to add more safety to our community as a whole, I believe that it is the right thing to do. And I just want for our board to understand, this is something moving in several phases. The first phase was, one, hiring a chief security officer so that we can begin to assess the assess the safety questions and concerns on our campus. The second phase of this was to go out and vet community stakeholders that can come in and help us to move the needle inside of our schools, either by safe passage programs, adding community interventionists inside of our schools, so that teachers are not the ones interrupting learning inside of classrooms, but that we have people who are federally trained to know how to do this work, that are associated with the Department of Justice and following those safety protocols and guidelines. The third instance was creating a safety assessment around every high-risk school in our parish. So I say all that to say, this is a highly vetted plan, and we are taking every step possible to ensure that safety is an absolute top priority. Because at the end of the day, the last thing we want to see happen is that somebody brings a gun on campus and somebody's child gets shot. We saw this happen at Brookstown. Security Chief Walker, you were there. A gun almost made it on a campus. Somebody dropped it on the ground. We couldn't even identify who had gotten it. But imagine if nobody had found that gun and a student picked it up and walked inside of the campus with it. The devastation we would be talking about right now. And the thing that you don't hear about as a community, how many guns are attempted to be brought on campus on a regular basis. Because I can promise you, if you understood what that number was, you would have every single concern right now for what we are doing to make our schools safe. In fact, one campus had 2 guns that were brought on campus: an automatic assault rifle, an AK-47, and a revolver. Nobody caught it. This is the reason why these types of mechanisms make sense to me. I can't tell anybody else how to vote on this particular item, but I will say that I support it because I support school safety and I support putting our teachers' safety and our students' safety first because we have an obligation to do so. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Martin.
Thank you, Vice President Powell. I certainly agree with President Lannis that we need to do something. There is definitely a feeling of a lack of safety by our teachers, by our students, by the families that entrust their children to our care. And so I certainly agree that we need to do more things like this, not just for the major dire circumstances, the school shootings, the guns on campus that President Lannis mentions, but also, and I very much like the fact that this 3-button press that says, hey, I'm a teacher. I don't feel comfortable intervening between 2 burly high school students who are getting into a fist fight in the classroom. You don't need to alert the whole world. I think that's very valuable protection to our teachers in the sorts of situation they're facing every single day. I've got a couple of concerns and questions, and one is, what was our procurement process for doing this? I understand from your comments, President Lannis, that you that you and some of the leadership in the superintendent's office vetted this, but I don't know that I haven't heard anything that we followed an RFQ or an RFP process. And so I have a question, perhaps Mr. Shamlin can answer. Have we, what is the legal procurement process required for this? I guess I'll start with that question, Mr. Shamlin.
Yeah, so per our policy, for professional services contracts, there are requirements, at least internal requirements for our board in terms of RFPs and RFQs. This is a little different. It's outside of, I think it's a little different from a typical professional services contract. And so I would say, without looking into it further, the board would have the option of an RFQ process. They would have to request, they'd have to order that by vote of the board, but it's something you could consider if that's a direction you want to go in. I'd have to have our procurement people speak more specifically to any other requirements beyond that. But within our policy, it's something within the authority of the board if you so choose.
It would concern me that we would spend this much money without having had an open, fair competition to see what all the possible solutions are. This sounds great. I mean, you have a great presentation. It's clearly a great product, but I don't know what other options are out there on the market. I don't know how to respond to critics who would say there's a lot of money to spend without some kind, for public money, taxpayer money, without some kind of process like that. A question for you is, what are the ongoing costs? I know we've got this 3-year contract, extension for a couple of years. It's about $600,000 a year. If we stay with that, is that ongoing in the future, and that's roughly your general price point, or is this an introductory rate to get us hooked, or what?
No, good question. Yeah, it's treated as hardware as a service, and so basically that is kind of like your monthly cable bill or whatever, and so that is what you get. Now, as part of that service, the aspect of it is all of your, everything is covered. So, for instance, these badges, they don't require charging. They last about 5 years. But if you've got badges that in year 4 need to be, they're running low battery, you would know that. We would also know that. But that is all covered by us as part of when you're under contract, you get everything done by us, not by your team, and requiring them to go out and do it. But we would just ship additional. We actually start you with additional ones, where you would just be able to hot swap those, and we would, at no charge, because that's part of your contract, replace those with additional spares. Same with any of the devices. So that is basically, there is no hidden cost, if you will, that, it doesn't include, that amount is everything.
Now, I think it's important for clarification. I don't mean this to be combative in any way, but as I read the contract that was presented to us, if something happens, if your system fails in some way and doesn't summon help when help is needed and somebody's pushed the button, then we're obligated to indemnify your company for any lawsuits that come about because of that, and your company has no liability for the failure of your system to perform as you've promised it will perform. Is that an accurate summary of your contract language?
I'm not overly versed in our legal aspect, but I do know if if the system, I know there's language in there that if like, to protect us if people don't react either quickly enough or whatever, there is language in there if there is a quote, I think failure or negligence or whatever, I think it allows recovery of like the cost of that, like that contract. In other words, you can get your money back for that if it didn't happen. We've never had that happen. That's part of the reason I'm not overly versed in that. Certainly can take a note and give you more language on that. That's just an area that I've not personally dove real deep into.
Okay, thank you. I've got concerns about spending this much money for some of the reasons that Coach Lewis said at this time without a more comprehensive procurement process. Thank you.
All right, is that all, Mr. Martin? Yeah, that's all. Yeah. Okay, thank you. All right, so I have entered the queue as well. I had a few questions, but there's only one that technically applies to your company. And my question is there any way that we can get data that supports the evaluation of school districts that have used your product before? And then also what would be the turnaround time for that? If we could get a chance to see, maybe what were the testimonials?
Sure. Yes, ma'am. So as far as other than just references and being able to call and speak directly to them, we do have, and we would get permission from them to share that, or we can share it in a genericized way. I'll tell you, because I just sent some survey information. Each district has the ability, if you choose, and most do, to when someone uses it, they can, if someone has used it, they get a survey that's very simple, but just ask how they felt about it and is there any way we can improve, whatever. Get a lot of overwhelming support. The one I just sent, my favorite was just a staff member saying, I've never felt safer at school, or another one said, I've never felt more supported. So we can reach out and make sure that district, and we'll scrub it of any identifiable information, but we can share that because again, we take that seriously. We wouldn't share it outside of a district, just like we do that with your own data, but can do that. So in addition to talking firsthand with folks that we can definitely connect you with, we can share that with you. But I've been a part of a lot of projects that, it's like, hey, this is going to be great. And the staff is like, okay, here's one more thing we've got to work on. One of the beauties of this, and I get that, again, back with my background, one of the beauties of this is it's very well embraced by the staff. They love the fact that it's protecting them, but yet their school isn't being turned in. It doesn't look like you're walking into a jail sometimes to be safe. They love the fact that it's just a click of the button and right there, but they feel empowered that way. And that everybody has it, every employee.
Thank you. And just to share, my reasoning for asking that is we all know as we sit on this board, and even our audience, I'm sure, that in today's time, before we make any major purchase, we check the reviews.
Absolutely.
And that needs to be the case even in this situation as well. Also, I just wanted to ask our staff or our administration, would the badges simply apply to teachers and adults, or would this also apply to students? And then that leads to my next question, but if you could, please.
Yes, in our discussion, it was for adults.
All right, so just wanted to make sure, because I know you mentioned a scenario of where there were a cluster of the dots to show that
Yeah, I'm sorry. Those were all there were like 4 teachers on that hall that when they heard the shots, they all activated it. Yeah, sorry for the confusion.
Okay, so just wanted to make sure. And then my other question would also be in regards to funding. So when we think about the funding that we have available, what is our current budget for an item like this?
We were going to pay the first portion with ESSER and then build this into the security budget for the moving year.
So with that in mind, that means that I know we've talked, previously about how we will have to divide this amount up. What would that look like for the sake of the public, if you could share?
Yes, so the first payment is $600,000. That would come out of ESSER. And then each of the rest payments, it's by overtime, we would pull that out of the security budget. So that'd be the automatic payment until the end of the contract.
Okay, thank you. All right, Ms. Stewart.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. I agree with a lot of my colleagues in regards to needing to address the safety concerns of our district. And I believe that there are a lot of different ways in trying to implement that safety. And I think this is a great tool, of course, ultimately. But I want to know, is this a part of something that is going to collaborate with the SROs and Sergeant Walker with the plan that was, I guess they're supposed to be. Sergeant Walker, can you come up for me, please? When we voted to have him in, Sergeant Walker to come in and take that position entails some type of plan for our schools and for your position. And I'm not sure if that plan has been generated yet, but can you tell me if that plan is supposed to kind of tie in with other safety mechanisms? Because I hadn't seen it. I think I did request to get some information about that, but I'm curious to kind of know how that will tie in, or if there's going to be some type of collaboration with SROs, or SROs going to be at all schools, because when you hit the button, who's coming?
Right. Well, any type of new devices that comes in, we would have to be trained regularly. Every SRO will have to know exactly how this equipment works, test it to make sure we're capable of using it. So I would think, yes, training would be most important. So we would actually put that into our training sessions regularly.
So you're saying this is something that has been discussed to implement with your plan in regards to the safety with the SROs?
Well, once it was mentioned, of course, I thought about the training. We talked about the device and how it would be used. So, of course, we have to be trained first before we can actually put it out. So any type of device, again, that comes in, we have to know how to use it instantly. We don't want to wonder, one press, two press. We need to know exactly what the presses are. So we have to train with it.
Yeah, and I get that. I understand the training, but this has not been anything that has been implemented into your plan as far as collaboration existing. That's what I was wondering.
This is new, so we're just learning about this.
Right, right. So, but with that being said, with the plan that you have implemented, is that something that you feel like can be implemented, or that you guys need, or something in addition? Because we're trying to create something safe, and it is going to take several, I think, things to kind of compile together. And so with your existing plan, is this something that you think that will, I guess, benefit? I mean, we would say yes, but at, the rate, we want to just make sure that we're getting our money's worth, right?
Right. So for what I've heard so far and just what we've discussed, I think it can be very beneficial. I know we have to look at some reviews to make sure that what's being said is actually happening.
Right, right.
So before we can actually put it into our plan, we have to make sure that it does what it says it's going to do.
Okay, that's what I just want to kind of get some kind of brainstorming going in regards to what we have, what to be implemented, and what can be added to it.
Yes.
Thanks.
Yes.
And just 2 comments on that one for you, officers. One of the things that we do is, when I mentioned the the implementation, is we don't show up with protocols and say, here you go, we show up with saying, what are your protocols and how do you weave it into this to complement what you're doing? Because each district is different. So the names of the alerts, or what you want, or who you want notified, that's driven by the district. We don't, which makes my life a lot easier and better. And so, no, I did want to point that out. And then the other thing is that training we learned after the first year. We show up and do that on site for all responders at every campus, because it's a pretty straightforward system. But you know what? In something like this, we want to make sure when we leave, literally everybody's phone, the responders, hey, did you get it? Are you getting it? Is it going off on your phone? Do you see how to do it? And they use the badge themselves. So again, we're very attentive to that detail.
Thank you.
Okay, so Mr. Lewis, I'm going to need you to... All right. Okay, Ms. Kennison.
Some questions for you. How long have you guys been doing this?
2018 was our first year.
And it's in how many schools?
Right at 4,000 schools across the country.
Okay. And for the last 5 years, how many incidents have you guys fielded successfully?
I should know that. I mean, I honestly, I think it was like 85,000 last year, 85,000 alerts last year were processed. It's on a slide somewhere. I'm sorry, I don't know. But I would tell you the average school generates 2 staff alerts a week, typically, 2 to 3. So if you do the, running probably 8 to 12,000 a week at 4,000.
Okay. And I'm technologically challenged, so this is like a simple question, but you said in your presentation that Wi-Fi and internet can be an issue, but then when you describe how it works from button to, like, it does require internet, Wi-Fi, or, something, right?
Right. So we, the gateway at the school, we provide that. We'll use the network connection to get out to, that's how we get out to send our signal. We actually provide a cellular backup. It's sitting over there, that's why mine went off. So that if your network goes down, it does go out via whatever the strongest cell signal is from the 3 major carriers. So that's how we kind of protect that. But the key is all of your employees and like your areas, like your stairwells or whatever, this badge isn't using Wi-Fi or cellular to get out. It's using the network that we create, and we're able to dynamically see as we create it to make sure that there are no dead zones in the school.
So that, but for like one of the 3-click incidents, if there's no internet.
Oh, for the
no,
responder on their phone?
Yeah, so.
Yep. So, so no, good question. So again, it's kind of a numbers game where, in other words, when we do the training, that's part of it where we'll have, and I'll use a real example. We were at a school in, I won't name them exact, but it was in Alabama, and they said, hey, we're in this area, and this is a dungeon right here. We get no cell coverage. Everybody looked at their phone, there's nothing. We click the badge, and the principal standing next to me goes, see, nothing. But immediately his walkie-talkie is going off because the front desk person's saying, I see you have an issue. Where, what do you need? The SRO showed up because he's there, and the assistant principal showed up. And so as part of our training, we make sure you're not going to get other folks to either join the Wi-Fi or whatever, but typically these responders are ones that either have issued phones, or it's easier to tell them and get them to, if they need to join the Wi-Fi, as opposed to trying to get every employee to do so.
But you're saying it is fail-safe as far as a larger incident, that it would, if the internet were down at a site, it would still go to
Absolutely.
the police. Okay.
That's what the cellular backup is there for. And the strobes would still flash. Your campus would know to take action, even if the network dropped.
Okay. And then, what's my other question? Just to clarify Mr. Martin's question about the cost. When that is fulfilled, the 2.3, do we lose the service, or do we continue it?
Continue the service at the annual rate.
Which is?
The contract that I'm sorry, the $600.
$600,000 a year? Okay. Okay, around that. Okay. Okay, I have a couple other comments not directed to you, so you can breathe. I think this is a wonderful tool, but just there's so much more that we need to be doing. This is a great reactionary solution, but it doesn't take into account proactive measures. That there's lots of them that we need to take. Fencing is one of them, but it's a pretty big amount of money that we're being asked to just say yes to. What is our security budget yearly right now? Do we have that?
Ms. Lopez, do you have that exact number for Board Member Kennison?
It's what? Three.
And while Ms. Lopez comes up, just wanted to be able to share, we're also increasing that budget. You'll see that in our proposal as we continue to add more components of security across.
Okay.
Proposed budget currently for this current year is $2.8 million.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so it's a big chunk. among dozens of schools that need a lot of help. So it's something we should definitely consider. One last question for you. Do you guys offer, or would you
Ms.
be willing?
Kennison, I'm sorry. You're 30 seconds overtime. So
Can I
you
ask
want to come
one?
back and ask after we go through public comment?
What? I have 30 seconds? Or I don't? I'm done?
All
Talk
right,
to you
so hold your
later.
question. Okay, thank you. Yes, there will be another opportunity as well. All right, Mr. Gode.
Yes, thank you. I guess some of this, I almost feel like it's the question, have you quit beating your wife yet? Because how can you vote against security and safety and that sort of thing? So I'm all for this. I think we need to do these kinds of things. But, in talking, I actually have a relative that's a security consultant and expert and stuff like that. One of the first things, the rules of the security is to secure your boundaries. And, I think it would be, there's just been a lot of conversation going around on this. I know there are some grants potentially out there, and hopefully I think we might get $500,000 from the state. But I think as part of this, I just get the feeling that we're doing this a little bit reactionary and piecemeal. Not that I'm against this at all. I think it's a wonderful program. But I think for the next meeting, I'm going to vote for this and pass it forward. But I would really like to see us come, if not with a plan, at least estimate of what it's going to take to secure our buildings and secure our schools with fencing and that sort of thing. I know Ms. Lopez talked earlier about we're going to have more money in the budget for fencing. We're going to have more money in the budget for cameras. And it's the kind of thing, I recognize maybe we can't do it all in 1 year, but I'd like to know, look, if we're going to put fencing around all of our schools, is that a $500,000 issue? Is that $1 million issue? Is that a $2 million issue? I have no idea of what that number is. And can we do it realistically in 1 year? Can we do it realistically, and it's going to take us 3 years to do that? I just feel this is a good program, but I just feel we're going at it a little bit piecemeal. And to me, one of the key things we need is secure boundaries of our schools. And that includes fences, it includes locks. And so I guess I'm not asking Mr. Superintendent for a full-blown plan, but I think we know enough that we can come up with saying how big is the bread box. And, hey, look, we think over the next 3 years, if we spend $3 million, $1 million a year, after 3 years, we'll be able to have relatively secure schools. That would be a great part of information for me in voting for this. And just as it relates to the numbers, I know $600,000 is a big number, but just to put it in a little bit more personal perspective, it's $20 a student, or it's $100 a teacher, if you want to look at it at teacher side. So it's not overwhelming numbers when you think about it in that way, to spend $20 a year per student to secure our students. That's not a number that shocks me, okay? It really isn't. And so I think we also need to look at it in that manner. But I really would like to have, again, I don't want necessarily a full-blown plan. 2 weeks is not time to do that. But I think we ought to have some kind of strategy about this is how we're going to go about. In addition to this, these are the other things we're going to do and how we go about doing this and over what period of time. Because if we get this $500,000 grant, what are we going to do with it? If we get, and does it, again, I'm not opposed to coming up and say, look, it's going to take us 3 years. And if we spend $1 million a year with the grant and other money, we'll be at the place where we want to be. I just don't know what that path looks like. And, a long time ago, I was told, if you don't know where you are and don't know where you're going, any road looks as good as any other one. And I kind of feel that's a little bit of where I am right now. This looks really good, but I don't know what the full-blown path looks like. And that's what I'd like to see. So I'm a vote for this to refer it, but in the next 2 weeks, I'd like to see if we could come back with some sort of more information given to the board about how all of this ties in together and plays together with the whole program. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further comments from the board, we will now turn to comments from the public. Mr. Robinson.
Good evening, everyone. First off, let me say, when I first got here at 5 o'clock, I was completely against this initiative. But after seeing the presentation, I saw some key issues to where it could be a good idea. However, it dangerously creates a false sense of security. Let me tell you what I mean. This should be something that we do after we've tried every single thing else. The most vulnerable population of people that we serve are in our elementary schools. Those schools do not have SROs. That should be the first thing we're trying to do. After they click that button 10 times, possibly, like I heard the gentleman say, then what if there's no SRO on that campus? What about our schools that are still open and don't have fences? That's a cheaper solution. That's a deterrent that can possibly prevent someone from getting on that campus. What about that? Or what about some of our schools, just like I walked into a high school today before this meeting to take a picture of a door with the lock, with the chain lock around it. That's a problem. And then I heard school board president Lena say, this has been perfectly vetted. How has it been perfectly vetted if Captain Walker, who we trust, doesn't even know what in the world's going on? But we're prepared to spend $2.3 million on it. That's a problem. And then I heard Coach School Board Member Lewis raise a valid point. When we're prepared to spend $2.3 million on this, and just let me back up because I just forgot this. We have every time I pass this building, you know what I see? A sheriff's vehicle. This facility is always secure with an officer here. Is the lives of the people in this building more valuable than the children that are in our elementary schools? Because why do you all need it and not our children in our elementary schools? That's a problem. But back to what Coach Lewis stated earlier, we have police officers on these high school campuses, and it looks like they're not there to police, but to do what we pay administrators to do. That's a problem. This does nothing for the immediate issue of making sure that our children are safe from outside threats. This is a frivolous way to spend money when we have not yet exhausted every other option. Let's do a better job. Don't send this to the board next week. Don't waste our time on it, because this isn't it. Let's go out and make sure every school is secure first. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Matthews.
Me and the work hubby gonna be disagreeing tonight. I'm actually glad to hear something that is attacking the violence we've been facing head on. I do appreciate that it does not need Wi-Fi or cell service. As I work in a building, the metal walls, it was built during the Cold War. No cell service at all. But, Ms. Kennison, I do appreciate your question because it says that the monitors have to have cell phone service. My entire administration's cell phone does not work, so none of our monitors would have access when we press that button. So I would like it if somebody picked that up, because that would be very problematic at my school, because the entire office, that is like, baby, if we get bombed, we're good. We can all go to the front office because we're going to be safe in there. Questions I received today was, and I think it kind of got answered, was like, what happens if somebody presses it and it's an accident? Can it be canceled? And I'm guessing, yeah, when somebody comes, because it wouldn't be the 10 times or whatever. The strobes is very problematic for epileptics. So he did mention that it could be individualized. So I was wondering if possibly we could individualize it where the colors are there, but that it is a constant color lit up on the computer or on the lights so that our disabled people with epilepsy don't have a seizure because they're responding to maybe somebody else having a seizure or another issue. Also, the presentation does sound amazing, but did we check bids and pricing before, from multiple companies just to be fiscally responsible?
Thank you. Ms. Jackson.
Hi, thank you, Fairleigh Jackson, resident of District 5, Coach Lewis's district. I want to thank a lot of people that I've had many discussions around this with, especially you, Coach, Mr. Morales, Ms. Monique, Board Member Kennison, thank you, Patrick Martin, Mr. Goday. I am the mom who has emailed you that I have a son who has a job. It's varied. It's been either putting paper over the windows or it's been closing the blinds. And this was not during a lockdown drill. This was during an actual active shooting episode where I heard the actual shots in my driveway. My kid is on an open campus. He lives that campus this May. I'm not doing this for my child. I'm doing this for every child in this district. I am doing this for every student every day. $2.3 million. If we divide that amongst 85 sites, that's $37,000. You know how much the fence that we want cost? $17,000. $2.3 million for a reaction? For someone being tasked with having to react after there is already damage. There is already carnage. This is crazy to me. Let's keep our kids from running into the street with the fence. Let's keep people from coming on to our campuses and sleeping on campuses. People are finding needles in Westminster is finding needles in their playgrounds. We have people sleeping in our chicken coops. We have people walking on campus. We have people playing soccer in the middle of the day that my principal has to go ask them to leave. This is just kind of crazy. We haven't even done the basic preventative things. And we're going to spend $2.3 million? My principal said to me on Monday, months, actually 2 years after we started this discussion, she said to me, Fairleigh, promise me if something happens, you will tell everyone that I did everything I possibly could to keep these babies safe. Mr. McGarner said that up here in June. I don't know where he is now, but he was amazing and he had a plan and he's gone. I'm telling you all right now, if something happens to my babies, to your babies, to anyone's babies, I want you all to know, I want you to be able to say you did everything you possibly could. And I don't think it's a button. We have a lot more to do before we spend $2.3 million on a button. I really do appreciate you all. Thank you for hopefully reading my long emails, and have a good night. Happy Easter. Happy Passover.
Thank you, Ms. Jackson. Mr. Bilbrew.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you for this opportunity to speak to you. My name is Craig Bilbrew, and I'm a teacher here at EBR School District, and I've had the opportunity to teach at several of the schools within the district over the past few years. I've also taught in Mississippi and Texas. This is not an isolated incident. This is not something that we're just dealing with at EBR. We're not just dealing with it in Louisiana, and we're not dealing with it just at my school. However, I would like to start off by letting you all know I work for one of the best principals that I've ever met before in my life. She wore heels for a presentation or award ceremony or whatever, and everybody was shocked because she has to wear tennis shoes all the time because she's running throughout the campus, putting out fires and solving problems and doing everything within her power to make sure that the educational process continues. She eats lunch at around 5 o'clock in the evening after the last student has left because she's running around doing so much to try to make sure that we have a safe and productive learning environment. And I said all that to say, because we keep talking about money, 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 money. Oh, and it's something that I forgot to say in the beginning. I would like to thank the school board for considering this for the simple fact that we have been saying for so long that we don't feel safe in the classroom. We don't feel safe in the classroom. And finally, they're trying to do something. They're trying to do something. This is not saying this is the end all to be all, but it is something. It is a step in the right direction. And no, this button is not going to save every problem, but it will save some of the problem. Because the thing about it is, we're looking at it from an outward saying, oh, somebody's going to get into the school. But what about the children that are in the school? What about the teachers that are being physically assaulted by the students that are already there, whose names are on the roll? And the thing about it is, I want you all to think of these three words: discretion, accountability, and safety. Discretion is, if I see some boys, or I know that some boys are smoking weed in the bathroom, when I push and say, call for security, they can do away with the evidence, or they can disperse and make it more difficult. But if I can push that button silently and they don't know that security is on their way, then we can catch those bad apples and get them the help that they need, or at least get them away from the other ones. The accountability measure is, if you have a school where that button is pushed 7,000 times in 1 week, then you all know that we need some help at that particular area as opposed to them. One thing, I complained about us pushing a buzzer that's in a classroom, and I was saying that, man, the secretaries are ignoring us, until the secretary was out with surgery and all the teachers had to work at that desk for 30 minutes to cover that 1 8-hour shift. And let me tell you how many times that button is pushed. She cannot answer all 11 calls at one time. So if I'm buzzing you because there's a fight in my classroom, and the teacher next door is buzzing you because of asthma attack, and somebody else buzzing you because it's a fire, how many calls can that one person answer? But if we all push that button, it's okay. $2.3 million is a lot. I'm not expecting you all to pass it tonight, but I would like for you to do the due diligence and try to investigate it and see if this is a possible solution. And that's from the inside. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Bilbrough. Seeing that there are no other public comment cards at this time, we will return to okay, yes, ma'am, you can, and you can make your way to the front as well. Please state your name for the record.
Sorry about that. Came in late with the kids and I missed the cards completely. My name is Colleen Kissel. I'm a parent here. Happy spring break. I agree, and I'm glad you're thinking about security because the country is broken, and every time there's a school shooting, I get closer to becoming a hermit and pulling my kids out of school and living in the woods. But I don't think Life Alert Grandma is the answer for our district right now. There's a number of logistical problems with this. I would love to see data from them on how many false alerts they have from adults just sitting on the button. And I appreciate that it's multiple pushes, but I've set off many a false alarm in my time. Or how many, with younger kids, you have little kids, if it's on the teacher, kids love buttons, my kids will push any button. Or older kids knowing that if they push the button a bunch of times, that they can get out of a test or an assignment because they know the button stops stuff. And then a question about if the cops of the city are prepared to get to sites quickly, that they know that this button works, and if they have the capacity, if say 2 schools on the same day have a button, are they prepared with where they're gonna go? It does not sound like this program has talked to the cops at all yet, based on earlier questions. And then I just don't see how 10 button pushes is easier than calling 911, which is 3 numbers. I think we should use this money better to fix the cell signal in our schools so that teachers actually can reach out and text out, train them how to talk to 911 about where they are in the building and what's happening to them immediately. More training on man management and getting to those intercom buttons and teaching everybody how to do stuff better, or give the money to a fence, or give the money to teachers, honestly, because we're not paying them enough to deal with all of this. So I think instead of giving our money to a button that is arguably reminds me of the infomercials of the grandma who's fallen and can't get up, instead of giving money to that private company, I think we have a lot of other solutions we could look at. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay. Now seeing no further public comment, we will now return to comments from the board. Mr. Ballou.
Thank you. And Superintendent Narcisse, either you or somebody from your staff, I just want to know when you were looking at a need for an emergency response system, can you walk us through what your needs, what the district's needs were, and what technology you looked at, and why you decided that this was the right solution for the district and price and everything else?
Yes, Board Member Blue. The first thing we did was we looked at the assessment on issues on early response, and that dealt with active shooters. We looked at the assessments around what happens in the community, because as you know, even in some of our schools, we will have some incident that would happen in the school. Somebody can run on the yard or run around those places on lockdowns. We looked at also incidents that happen in the schools. As you heard from a teacher today, there's variations of incidents. We looked at how we went through our response protocols. And we also looked at how do we help work with what we call it passages, safe patches for kids who are coming through challenging neighborhoods, or as you know, we had also parents who came up and fought on campus. So we looked at multivariate facets of things, and there wasn't one solution to resolve all that. Then, as you all recall, I went to, after talking to Board Member Lannis and Vice President Powell, went to look at what were some other solutions that urban, large, complex districts were doing in terms of trying to solve the same set of issues, because this is happening across the nation, especially in urban districts that are similar to ours. We noticed that many of those districts were using this Synergix technology to help resolve their problems. Even when we were in Washington, D.C., Vice President Powell and President Lance got to talk to other superintendents, as well as we also had all the board members that were there at our legislative meeting to discuss what were some of the complex issues from variations of cities. One thing that we that was very clear is, one, we were not the only city going through it. Two, the cities that were trying to get a good handle use multiple sources of ways to try to figure out what to do. So those are the things we're doing, such as working with Safe, Hope, and Healthy, partnering with community partners, getting involved with what their initiatives were around trying to keep safety in schools. And then the biggest response when it came to staff was emergency response. If you look at, there actually was more than just the Nashville shooting. Denver also had a shooting in their high school, Denver Public Schools. And the number one comment that was made from staff was, like, how do I, not just only lockdown protocols, but they also talked about how do you notify police quicker or to get when an intruder come in. None of those companies, if you look at the intruders that came to shoot in the schools, no barrier stopped them. If you look at the Nashville, the lady came in and shot through the window and walked in. And the number one thing that was very clear was the response time that they can notify police authorities to come. Some was 3 minutes, 5 minutes. I think you had even Uvalde. Uvalde had if I'm not mistaken, they used the phone app, and they noticed that did not resolve. Even some of those schools had also their version of SROs with guns, because I remember we've had a long conversation with that. And so it's a much more complex facet. My biggest component was to sit down and identify what those areas were and how that matched to us, and then looked at what some of the just as complex school districts we're doing. I think you guys are in 3 of the largest school districts in the United States. Is that correct? And those are districts that are like 12 times larger than us. I say, think of Baton Rouge on steroids. And they worked with their police chiefs and all those things. And we had an opportunity to ask their superintendents, how did it work with your chiefs and all that? And what was very clear was this type of technology helped in areas of not worrying about cell. I think there was some questions, board member, I think either Kennison or Russ, one of you guys asked about whether it was Wi-Fi and those things. Their technology was much more advanced than that. And we also noticed, because of incidents that happen in the schools, more districts are actually trying to come on board to try to solve that. We do have a challenge, and I know we're going to be talking about even surveying staff around things that are happening. But from a technology standpoint, this, based on the references that I was able to get in talking to other superintendents and some of their board members that were at the legislative meeting.
My time's up, so I'll let you finish.
This was the leading technology. So I just want to give you like a wide range of context. So we did not just do this just like that. And I want to go back, which I'm glad that I think Vice President Powell asked about references. Some of these much larger, complex school districts than us that are way bigger they went through their vetting process as well, and they've spent the same amount of dollars. So.
You can count those extra 30 seconds toward Mr. Lewis's time.
Thank you. Mr. Lewis.
And Mike just walked out, and I really wanted, to say to Mike, I really appreciate how he broke that down. $20 a kid a year, $100 for a teacher. I've been in and out of schools, for quite a while, and I know how those schools operate in the beginning of the year, and I also see how they operate at the end of the year. That's when a lot of things happen. A lot of pent-up frustrations and beefs, or whatever kids want to call them nowadays. And so the end of the year most times looks a lot different than the beginning of the year. This is really has tugged at my heartstrings. But as school board members, we're charged with policy and budgetary items. Those are our number 1 and 2 jobs as school board members. Everybody's in agreement with that. It's hard to put a cost on safety. You can't. You can't put a dollar figure on safety. But what I would like to do is to present a substitute motion that we come back and revisit this after the final budget. Now, Dr. Narcisse just told me and Nathan, and he's told everybody else in here tonight, that we're going to increase the security budget next year. But we've got also, I'll go back to my first time on the mic, we've got to make sure that we're taking care of the people who are educating our children. We've got to make sure those teachers get those pay raises. We've got to make sure our campuses are safe. We got to make sure that technology in place. We had a budget hearing this afternoon. So there's a lot of other things in place. This is a great tool. I have no problem with it at all. The thing that's tugging at my heartstrings is that, first of all, as a school board member, I want to make sure that the policy is set and is correct, and that we are being wise students, or good stewards of taxpayer dollars. And I know a lot of this money is coming out of ESSA, but ESSA is going away. And we're still going to be faced with making sure that we have a balanced budget that affords us to take care of teachers, children, bus drivers, cafeteria workers. That's the thing that's really on my heart tonight, is we got to make sure we take care of the people who are taking care of the children. And there's no doubt in my mind that this would be an excellent tool used in conjunction with everything else that we can do. But I think we've got to have a balanced budget. We've got to look at the $600,000, or as Mike put it, the $20 a kid, the $100 a teacher. No matter how you break it down, it's going to add up to about $600,000 a year. And we've got to make sure that we can maintain and do the things in this district that we've been charged to do. So with that being said, I'd like to propose a substitute motion to come back and revisit this after we have an approved budget. And just like everybody else, hope and pray that we don't make ABC World News tonight because of a school incident. Every morning I pray for my grandkids to come home just like they left. There was an incident a few weeks ago where a young child bought a Glock BB gun to school. It looked like the real deal. Know what that officer said? Had he seen that in that kid's hand, that kid wouldn't have went home the way he left it that morning, because he'd have to react to it. And this is a campus that's wide open. Luckily, they found it before he got on campus. It was a BB gun, but we don't know if it's a BB gun or not. That may not be germane to the topic, but we've got to make sure that we can do our jobs as board members to make sure that policies work for all of our students and that the money is right, the budget is right. With that, I'd like to propose the substitute motion to defer until after we get a balanced budget.
Okay, so it has been moved by Mr. Lewis that we entertain a substitute motion to defer this item until after we have approved the budget.
Is that the correct language, approved budget? Okay.
Okay, and
Thank
it
you.
has been seconded by Ms. Kennison. All right, so we will now entertain comments from the board. I know that we already have a lineup. In the case that I get to your name and you were speaking to the original motion, then, or the original item, then you just let me know. If not, if you still want to speak, you can. And so I believe my name is next in the queue, and I would still like to speak to this item. There has been many different thoughts that I've had about this since we have entered this process of this conversation. Just as Dr. Narcisse has shared, yes, myself, Mr. Lanas, and actually Mr. Lewis as well got a chance to talk to other districts in regards to this particular product. Love the product. However, I am in agreement with Ms. Stewart that there needs to be a plan of action. And the plan, as my colleague, Mr. Robinson, has stated it from the public, the plan needs more vetting. When I think about what I've been saying for years as a teacher, we go into an airport, we go to a city courthouse, and we have to pretty much go undressed to go through security. And people can walk into our schools with no metal detector to walk through and just walk boldly into our schools. I'm in total agreement with Ms. Kennison and anyone else who has stated we need a fence at every school. I mean, we generally have fences at our houses, okay? We also need metal detectors at every school. We also need an SRO at every school. If we have $2 million to spend on this product right now, then that means we have enough money to pay for an SRO at every school. I think that if we have a plan of action to go from beginning to end, there is a place for this new badge, but it may not be the first step. One of the statements that I was going to make was to beg somebody to make a motion, substitute motion to defer the item. So thank you. Right. I mean, I want us to come back to this conversation because I see where the badge would have worked for me, would work for Ms. Matthews as well. Y'all see that she comes in here with her things that she has to come in here with. I've shared with you all before that I'm a type 2 diabetic. I've had situations in my classroom before, and I would have benefited from the badge. But that should not be our first action. There's some other things that we need to do first. And then I would also say that although I might, and this is hypothetical because I love my community, but I might want to live in the country club of Louisiana and be behind a gate and have a big old nice house. But if my budget does not support that, that's going to be a very short-lived situation. And so I'm saying all of that to say, too, that we need to make sure that we have the money to support this particular item. So that's my 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cents. All right, moving on to Ms. Kennison.
In light of all this, I'd like to request that there's a presentation at the regular board meeting regarding safety and what our current plan is, or what we're looking to do, or what, like Mr. Gode brought up a really good point that we're seeming to attack this in a piecemeal sort of fashion, and it needs to be comprehensive so we can understand we're up here not sure what it is we're doing for safety. So I think we need to know, and the public needs to know, what plan for school safety we have right now that we're doing. And I know that Ms. Stewart had asked for Captain Walker's plan. You're new, so it's okay, but we want to hear it. So I'd like to officially request that we have a presentation at the next board meeting regarding safety and what it is we're doing and what we plan to do. And then my question to you, do you guys offer, or would you be willing to consider a pilot of your product at just a handful of schools so we could test it out rather than all or nothing?
Heather's no longer in the air, by the way. That's her. That just showed up. I'll yield on the sales side if that's all right.
Thank you. I apologize for being late. The storms prevented me from coming in tonight. Yes, we do have that as an option. We typically want to make sure that it is with boundaries so that we don't do it for a year. We want to do it within a certain amount of time. We want to make sure it's going to be done at schools that are to be participating and wanting to be involved. But we have absolutely done that before, and we could consider that and have that conversation to see, if there's maybe a feeder pattern of some of the schools that we might want to try it in. But we would highly recommend you try it at every level, because of course we have issues at every level. Nobody thinks elementary school is where there's issues, but that's actually where most threats come from. So we would want you to participate at more than one level as well, to make sure that all of the employees and the staff at even different areas of the city are going to be using it, so they can experience it.
Sure. There's obvious interest in the district. What would the pilot program, is there a cost?
It does. It's a lot for us. We have to do a lot with obviously the product that costs us, and then the installation, the integrations with your other systems. It's a big effort. It's a big lift on our part. So it's a big investment for us to do that. I mean, we don't recoup our costs until year 2, 3, typically, because it is such a heavy lift on year 1 for us. And then that ongoing maintenance. So it does cost. But like I said, we've done shortened 3 months, we've done 6 months. We don't like to do full years, because typically people then just kind of forget about it.
Sure.
And then we're waiting to see what's going to happen, and then nobody talks about it again.
Sure.
So
I would be interested to discuss a pilot proposal, and perhaps,
Great.
I don't know if you had to fly here, but
yeah,
want to come back.
Yeah, I will. Yeah. The data I heard talked about as well, we collect a lot of data. And the pilots we've done, the data shows a lot. And typically from that, we just did one. I'm from Texas, and we just did one out in the Houston area with a big district. And we did it 3 months, and the data was so compelling. Yep, immediately. So usually that's what turns the corner.
Okay. Right, thank you.
Okay, thank you. We are, of course, still in the substitute motion, and of course, that means that we will finish board comments here, and then we will go to public comment and back to the board, and it is 7:47. I really, within my recommendation, my suggestion is that we cut our time once again, which would leave public comments to 1 minute per person, and then board comments to 2 minutes per board member. So, Mr. Martin.
Thank you very much. I think that's a great decision. Our job as a board is a number of things, but one of which is setting priorities and allocating our very scarce resources. Yes, one way to look at this is the $20 per student, $100 to teacher. Same time, it's 40% of the current budget that Ms. Lopez showed us that we've got set aside for school day deputies. $1.4 million, $600,000 gets us, as you point out, Ms. Powell, a lot more deputies and a lot more schools. What's the best use of it? I don't know, but we haven't seen what is the cohesive plan? What is the proposal to balance all of these different competing interests? It's hard to put a price tag on anything that we do, right? How much money is too much money to spend on educating the child? How much is too much money to spend keeping them safe? But we don't have all the money in the world. So I think that this is a good idea. I would also, the substitute motion is an excellent idea. I would also encourage that we make sure we're following the most appropriate procurement path when this does come back up, assuming the substitute motion passes. Even if leadership and superintendent determine we don't need a formal competitive process, an RFP process or something like that, I want to see like a checklist exploring other options that were considered and why we think this is the best one of all the options. I think it sounds great. It sounds wonderful. I particularly like the data that it could provide to us to understand how many incidents are really going on in our schools every day. I don't think we have a good data-based insight into that. And so there's an awful lot I like about this, but I think that I don't know. I haven't gone out and researched all these potential solutions myself. And so I think it's incumbent upon us to ask for more of that. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Rust.
So I'm really struggling with this item because I think the technology is incredible, what we have that we can do now that we could not do many years ago. I think that, well, I believe this, a good plan executed swiftly is better than no plan at all. As we stand, ostensibly, we have very little plan in the way of how we are going to improve safety in our schools, tangibly speaking. We have a limited number of SROs. We've very successfully hired on a professional onto our staff to help us with that. But, since I took office, I've been asking for, when are we going to get fences? How are we going to hire more SROs? Ding, ding, ding. And I was excited to see this item because it was at the very least, a solution to a problem that we're seeing, that we need better response to incidents in our school. We need to have our teachers feel more empowered and safer in our schools. And I'm really struggling with this today because there was an incident that happened today in which an administrator was severely injured at school today. And I have to wonder if that person had this tool, if that would have went differently. And I think that while we have a clear responsibility to do things in context, to know as good stewards and elected officials, how does this fit into our budget? What is the big picture? I think we need to really think about if kicking this can down the road serves the people that we are elected to serve the best that we can. I think regardless of the outcome of this motion, it's entirely possible that if this does get approved down the line, it's still possible to see this technology in our schools by next school year. And I think that would be a net positive regardless of how this motion comes out. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Lanus.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. I'll try to be really fast. I just want board members to think about the timetable about a lot of things that we're talking about. A lot was said tonight, and some of the things that we heard, some of it almost was contradictory, because I want you to think about this. I think Coach talked about this earlier. You're almost at the end of the school year. It was just discussed that we don't have enough SROs. So who's going to man schools after testing? Because that's when you have the most fights, and that's when you have the most incidents and interactions on our campus. I just want us to think about that. You talked about Captain McGarner when he had the role of Chief Security Officer. His first initial move was to go out and hire school security that were not a part of police department, any police department or law enforcement, but they were going to be armed. The community came back and said, no, we don't want that inside of our schools. Then we came back a few months before that and we said we wanted to hire more SROs then. The community came back and said, we don't want to over-police our schools. When we had conversations with myself and the rest of the staff and Superintendent Narcisse, one of the things that came up in the meeting that we talked about, Captain Walker, was let's go out and get more metal detectors. What was the response we heard? We don't want our schools to feel like they're being overly policed. Now, when you look at everything that we have talked about doing, let's just run down the list. Increase the school safety budget, hire more SROs, because clearly we said we don't have enough, purchasing more cameras inside of our schools, working with local organizations that can give us high-density cameras inside of high-risk areas, implementing better programming around anti-violence, community intervention with Core 4 partners. We created the School Safety and Violence Prevention Committee, and we said anybody could be a part of this committee, whether it's a board member or a community member. Apply for more safety dollars, which the superintendent and staff are already doing in the amount of $500,000. Training programs, which I think that was Attorney Shamlin that brought that up. There's a training program we did in the past around school safety for our teachers, so we talked about bringing that back up again. So I don't want anybody to think that this is just simply reactive. This is just the space that we're in right now. And we have the close of the school year. Now, I hear and I understand us waiting until we get through the budget, but I want us to understand how long it's going to be till we get through the budget. That's going to be almost June and July. That's 4 months from now. What do we do in terms of school safety now? Guns are attempted to be brought on campus. School fights are atrocious, the rates that we're looking at right now. Students are being put out of school, meaning that they're not learning. They're being sent to our alternative school sites, and when they get there, fights are still happening there. And when they fight an alternative school site, that means they're now expelled out of our schools altogether. So then what in turn happened to those kids? They're on the streets, and they're doing things that they shouldn't do. I appreciate the substitute motion, but for me personally, I cannot vote for it because we have to do something now because we are obligated and we have a duty to. I'm willing to work with anybody that's willing to work through this process. And yes, I do think that we need a plan, and we talked about that. But we can't rush Captain Walker to come up with a plan in 1 month for school safety. That is not sufficient, and what it's going to do is going to put him in a bad place because what's going to happen is he's going to come up with a plan. If he rushes that plan and then something happens, he's going to be left to blame. That's not right. He needs at least 3 months to build his plan out, which was the course in place to begin with. But I say all this to say we have to come up with some type of solution. And kicking that can down the road is not going to help us because every single time an incident happens, it's displayed on the media, and everybody in our community feels as though our schools are not safe. And when they feel like our schools are not safe, they're not choosing our schools or our school system as an option. They're choosing to go elsewhere, which in turn hurts everything that we're trying to do in terms of our strategic plan around school safety, around customer service, and how we deliver services to our students, our teachers, as well as our community as a whole. And I'll just stop there. Thank you.
Ms. Stewart.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. And I agree to an extent with President Lanus in regards to us being proactive and trying to implement a measurement, and I agree with that. But I would like to say, in regards to my sentiments before, there needs to be a plan, and at this moment, I don't believe this is it. And the reason why I say I don't believe it is a tool. I think it's a good tool, but I don't think that we have enough information and another collaboration with it to say that it's gonna work at this moment. I think that it can have some implementation as far as things added to it. And when I asked the question in regards to the plan, in regards to our SROs, my questioning with the plan and even the duties and responsibilities was the existing duties and responsibilities of the SROs. What are the roles and the duties of those existing officers and what are they doing now? And with the implementation of this, how is that added to what we have going on now? That's what I wanted to know. And so the plan that, I guess, with the new implementation of Captain Walker's position is in addition. What I was speaking of was what was already in place in regards to their duties and their responsibilities as far and how the implementation of this would coexist with that. And that is nothing that has been brought to our attention that has been added to that. And so that was my comments for this. And like I said, I don't think that this is a bad idea. It's just that I don't feel that approving this within the monies in the budget right now would be a good economic decision in regarding to fix or try to initiate in fixing our safety plan. And so with that being said, we need to come up with something else.
Thank you. Seeing no further comments in the queue, we will now turn to public comments, and this is still on the substitute motion to defer this item until after the approval of the budget. So, Mr. Bilbrew.
Good evening again. I would like to say that I would appreciate if you all take action today. Every day that we wait and we say that we need more, I have a question. At the beginning of the presentation, before we was introduced to this organization, someone said that they talked to them and they questioned them for 2 hours. What was discussed in that meeting for 2 hours that you all don't know the answers to what's going on now? There are members of this school board that are pushing for a resolution or something to be done immediately, and there are other ones that say, well, let's just sit back and think about it and let's hope and pray that things get better. Those are the ones that I believe are the ones who are active in the schools that they're governing and the ones that are not active. If you go to the school and you see what is going on a daily basis, you will vote to not postpone this or kick this down the road any further and do something tonight. Because just like member thing number 15, I just want to say real quickly, I teach in the morning from 6 o'clock until the end, then I coach, then I go teach night school, and I come and sit in the board meeting to speak on menu issue number 15, and then you say, okay, well, we're going to push it over to the next thing. Okay, let's do something today, because every day that we're waiting, somebody's not safe. And our child is not worth $20 a day, a 2 for $20 at Applebee's.
Thank you, Mr. Bilbrew.
Thank you.
Okay, any additional comments from the public? Okay, returning to comments from the board, I have entered into the queue. There is one additional statement that I wanted to make that also lends itself to my agreement with the item being deferred. I, along with Mr. Lewis, had the opportunity to attend the Louisiana State Board, School Board Association's conference. In that process, I attended a session on the Louisiana School Safety Initiative. There was an entire presentation on what the state is doing on the state level. Within that, there was a project or an initiative that was brought forward that allowed there to be a free program called the Rapid Response App. Now, we've already talked about how we don't need to use the cell phone signals, but then we need to use a Bluetooth signal. If our board cannot come to a consensus tonight, that doesn't mean that we won't ever come to one in hopes of getting an item that costs this much money. But in the meantime, because I've heard, even behind the scenes, I've heard people refer to fencing as a Band-Aid. If we need to get a Band-Aid because we don't know how much money we have to put towards this, let's use the Band-Aid that's provided by the state until we know how much money we have, until we know how much we can actually put towards this. So with that in mind, I say defer the item so that way we can explore what already exists on the state level to assist us for free, and then we can consider what we really need to be spending our money on and how much money we need to spend on it. Thank you. If there are any additional comments from the board. Mr. Lewis.
Short and sweet, just a point I want to make sure about the language. Let me ask this: can we take the money for this project? If we want this, can we take this money and make it a part of the budget? We can put the 2.3 in the budget.
Sure. Yes.
Okay. Then let's make sure it's worded that way. On the substitute motion, yes.
Yeah.
Do I have to do
So,
that?
Mr. Shamlin, what should that look like?
Let's read the current motion on the table for you, for everybody to remind us where we are. I think that needs to happen first. You want to do that? That's all.
Substitute motion to defer the request for the approval of a contract between East Baton Rouge Parish School Board and Synergix in the amount of $2,345,450 over a 3-year period to provide an emergency response system for classroom and school-wide security to a meeting following the approval of the budget.
Okay, so that's, all right, that's fine.
Thank you. Are there any other comments from the board at this time? Seeing none, we will go for a vote on the substitute motion. If you could read it one more time for the people in the back.
The substitute motion to defer the request for the approval of a contract between East Baton Rouge Parish School System and Synergix in the amount of $2,345,450 over a 3-year period to provide an emergency response system for classroom and school-wide security to a meeting following the approval of the budget.
Thank you. We will now entertain a vote.
Please vote. The motion carries.
Thank you. Okay, considering our time, it is 8:04. So is there room for us to shrink our time even more?
I believe public comments to 1 minute, right?
Right.
We're already there.
We went back to the abbreviated time.
Yes.
Yeah. Mhm.
I thought we was there before.
Okay. All right. So we are now on item number 13, litigation. Consideration of a request for the approval of the recommendation from Gwen Shamlin, General Counsel, EBR PSB, in the following matters. Alphabet A, Video Hawkins versus the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board, suit number C 689-380-689,380, Section 23, 19th JDC, Parish of EBR, and to provide for related matters. Alphabet B, Randolph versus East Baton Rouge Parish School Board et al., MDLA docket number 15-654. Is there a motion? Okay, it has been moved by Mr. Gode and seconded by Ms. Stewart. We will now entertain comments from the board. Mr. Martin.
Is somebody going to explain what these are, just generally?
Yeah, so I have to be careful, Mr. Martin. We tend not to talk about the cases in specific, and the reason for that is one of these cases entails a personnel matter. The other includes the medical history of one of the claimants. So the first is a bus accident case. The second is a something called a COBRA matter. It's related to health care coverage following exit from the system.
But what am I being asked to vote on?
You're being asked to approve the payment of a settlement in one case and a judgment in the second case.
Okay, and did I miss something in the materials that says how much that it, oh, it's right there, I apologize.
That's okay.
My bad for not reading that far.
That's all right.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
All right, any additional comments from the board? Okay, comments from the public? Okay, seeing none, returning to comments from the board. Okay, we will entertain a vote.
Please vote. The motion carries.
Thank you. Item 14, resolution, magnet enrollment application. Consideration of a request for the adoption of a resolution instructing the superintendent to conduct a parent-guardian satisfaction survey regarding the magnet enrollment application process, beginning with the recently closed 2023-2024 school year. Is there a motion? Oh, okay. All right, Mr. Russ?
So I'll read the resolution. Is that appropriate? Yeah. A resolution of the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board authorizing the superintendent to conduct a parent-guardian satisfaction survey regarding the magnet enrollment application process, beginning with the recently closed 2023-2024 school year. Whereas the priority and winter pools of the 2023-2024 school year magnet enrollment periods have closed, and whereas 9 of the top 10 performing schools in EBR are magnet schools, and whereas the average household of magnet school students is disproportionately more affluent than the average household in traditional schools, and whereas the magnet enrollment period begins 10 months before the start of school, and whereas magnet application and enrollment is a multi-step process that in some cases requires visiting school buildings during regular school hours. And whereas it is the responsibility of the EBR School Board to ensure that each family in its jurisdiction has the same access to a high-quality education. And whereas student achievement, exemplary customer support, and operational excellence constitute 3 of the 4 cornerstones of the district's strategic plan. Therefore, be it resolved that the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board authorizes the superintendent to conduct an annual anonymous survey at the close of the winter magnet enrollment period of parents and guardians who access the magnet application system during the enrollment cycle to collect input regarding their perception of the application process, and to provide a report of the survey findings coupled with internal data on demographics, counts, etc., to the school board at a public meeting. The survey should minimally collect input on the following areas: satisfaction with the district and school level application processes, difficulty and ease navigating the district process, difficulty or ease navigating the school level process, number of schools applied to, difficulty or ease in technical access to the application, assistance that would have been helpful, etc. So moved.
Thank you. Okay, so it has been moved by Mr. Russ and seconded by Mr. Lewis. All right, comments from the board. Okay. Ms. Kennison.
Mr. Russ, I'm just curious where it's coming from.
So my request and my intention with this is to publicly, I suppose, garner support of the board for attention on this matter, and that I believe that we may be able to improve the magnet application process, but I would like to see data so that we can make our own conclusions about that. I want that data to be accurate. I want to work with the district to, as a board, to come up with a process where this is not just a one-time thing, where we're conducting annual review of this process, so we can ensure that, as we should as a system, that we have a good application process for our most highly sought-after schools in the district, that it's accessible, that we're doing the best that we can to level the playing field so that all kids can access that system to the best of their ability. I think that that is reasonable, and I think that most people will agree with the idea that we should at least have good data about that process, and that is my intention with this motion. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Lewis.
I'm going to support, this resolution. However, I could care less about the magnet schools process. I mean, they've got the best deal. They're getting the best kids. Okay, what I want to see is an equity an equitable opportunity across the board for everybody's child to be in a good school. Now, let me back up. Let me backtrack. I care about all the schools. I care about all the schools, all the kids. But the magnet schools are kind of the cream of the crop. Everybody's child deserves an equitable, an equitable education. They deserve the right to get into a really good school. And I hope this leads to across the board, a one-stop shop. All the kids have access to good schools. Way back when, every school in the district had a magnet component. You had a lot more diversity in the school system when everybody had a magnet component. But somewhere around 99, 2000, 2001, 2002, you start getting these dedicated magnets. And then the diversity went away. And you had kids in schools that were underperforming, under-resourced. So why not have a magnet component, a real magnet component, in all the schools? Let's make sure all our kids have access to an equitable education. And I hope this survey leads to that. Now, I apologize if I offended anybody or stepped on your toes, but the magnet schools, they're getting all the great students. It's a brain drain. The magnet schools are a brain drain on the rest of the schools in this parish, the rest of the schools in this city. Let's level the playing field. Let's make sure everybody has access to an equitable education.
Thank you. Mr. Gode.
Thank you, and I'd like to read in a substitute motion, make a substitute motion, and because it's lengthy, because the whole resolution was lengthy, I hope it doesn't count against my time. I motion this is a substitute motion to ask the superintendent to conduct a voluntary anonymous survey in April of 2023 to open to all parents and guardians of students within East Baton Rouge Public Schools. The survey should minimally collect input on the following areas. Are you currently enrolled in a magnet program? Did you apply for a magnet seat in the 2023-2024 school year? If not, why not? If you applied, what is the current status of your application? Satisfaction with the district and school level application process? Difficulty or ease of navigating the district process? Difficulty, ease navigating the school level process? Number of schools applied to? Difficulty and ease in technical access to the application? Assistance that would have been helpful, etc. Results of the survey, along with the review of our magnet programs, including enrollment and demographic information for 2023-2024, to be presented to the board at a future public meeting as determined by the board president. I'd like to make that substitute motion. And do I need to, can I comment and then ask for a second?
Mr. Shamlin?
I think we need to take a second first.
Okay.
All right, so first of all, Ms. Armand, did you get the word?
I'd sent it to her ahead of time.
Praise the Lord. Okay. All right, so anyone to second his motion? All right. Okay, seeing none, I guess we will return to.
Now can I speak?
Yes.
Okay. The reason I made the motion, just so everyone could know, I don't have any problem with the survey. I have a lot of problem with the whereas clauses. And the first one talks about being 10 months. Okay? That is a policy that was set by the board. The application process opens in October through December for the first pool. The reason for that is private and parochial school parents have to sign contracts generally at the beginning of February for their students to reserve their class. And we say we want this open to all. So what we're doing is, if we don't open the thing that early, we cannot tell the parents in January whether or not they have a seat in a magnet school. So it's not being open to all. It's excluding all private and parochial parents because they have to make the financial obligation to their schools before they know. The second thing is, as we work through this, we passed a new, in September of last year, the board passed a contract for an entirely new host for our application system. So the application system is going to be changed. So we're going to be working through that. Lastly, we have, if you look at the percentages, and to Mr. Mr. Lewis's comments and things, if you look at the number, because I did take the time to go ask the coordinator for our magnet programs, what's the application rates? We've had almost 2,700 applications already processed. And the numbers that go through that, I sent it to all the board. There is not a huge discrepancy. It's more, there are less in the black category and a few more in the white category and a lot more in the Asian category. But if you look at the population of our parish, it much more mirrors the population of the parish as opposed to the population of our school district. So I think there are a lot of things in the whereas clauses in here that I just disagree with. And I think it would be a mistake for our board to go on record passing a resolution and stamping that with the official imprint of the board, having all of those whereas clauses. While some may be factual, some are opinion, but I just don't feel is a proper thing for us to do to pass that kind of resolution with all those whereas clauses. I have zero problem with doing the survey, but I think the whereas clauses are very misleading, and I don't think they really give a true picture for what's happening. We have a staff that is doing a great job, and you know, if you go October 3rd or if you put in an application December 2nd, the application's treated exactly the same. There's no first come, first serve. We've had pools set up. And so I think those clauses were written without really understanding what happens and how the process works. And so I'll get off my soapbox, but I think it's a very bad idea for us to pass this kind of resolution.
It may be more appropriate for Ms. Armand to read. Okay, all right.
He didn't get a second, so it's dead. You can remake it, and I can second.
So Ms. Kennison, add yourself to the queue, because I know I let Mr. Gode go over by about 3 minutes.
Thank you.
Okay, and I waive my right to speak. Mr. Martin.
First, I'd just like to ask a point of clarification. Mr. Gode, if I understand, your substitute motion was identical to the operative language of the therefore.
I actually added a little bit because I added, instead of just the parents who put in applications, I wanted it to all parents.
Okay, thank you. I don't see anything opinion-oriented or non-factual in any of those whereases, so I have no problem whatsoever voting for those whereases. I think that this is an important issue. The only reason I really want to comment is to ensure that when we, particularly given the nature of the resolution, when we conduct the survey, I want to make sure that we do everything we can to eliminate any barriers to responding to the survey. You know, that we don't assume certain levels of technology or whatever. That's difficult, but I just want to make sure that as we work with the survey firm, or however we do the survey, that we don't impose some barriers there that might skew the responses. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Blue.
Thank you. And I would just encourage Mr. Gode, Mr. Rust, and anybody who has recommendations to maybe work on the language of the resolution between now and the board meeting. And if we can come up with something to improve it, we can always pull it and vote on it separately then, but just a recommendation.
Thank you. Ms. Kennison.
I'm going to go back in time and second Mr. Gode.
I think you have to reintroduce it.
All right, so we'll do it in real time. Can I make the same
Yes.
substitute motion?
Yes.
Do I need to say it?
Does she need to restate it?
Um,
I'll say it quietly.
no,
Just say ditto.
but you do need a second.
I second.
Okay, so it has been moved by Ms. Kennison and seconded by Mr. Gode. And Mr. Gode, will you please read that motion for us? I think that we need.
Why don't you let the board secretary, she have it.
All right.
That one, yeah, it's the same thing. This one.
All right, motion to ask the superintendent to conduct a voluntary anonymous survey in April 2023, open to all parents, guardians of students in East Orange Parish School System. The survey should minimally collect input on the following areas. Are you currently enrolled in the magnet program? Did you apply for a magnet seat for the 23-24 school year? If not, why not? If you applied, what is the current status of your application? Satisfaction with the district and school level application processes. Difficulty ease navigating the district process, difficulty ease navigating the school level process, the number of schools applied to, difficulty ease in technical access to the application, assistance that would have been helpful, etc. Results of the survey along with a review of our magnet programs, including enrollment and demographic information for the 23-24 school year to be presented to the board at a future public meeting as determined by the board president.
Okay, thank you. Any further comment, Ms. Kennison? Okay. All right, so we are now operating in the substitute motion. Comments from the board. Mr. Russ.
All right. Well, thank you, Mr. Gode, for your comments, and I certainly respect that you don't have to agree, with everything in this motion. I want to point out a couple key things in the substitute motion that, in essence, changes not only the spirit but the function of why I presented this motion. Two key changes that is presented in this motion are it opens the survey to all parents of the system, which is not what I'm asking for, and I don't think is useful information to the board in this context. What I am trying to get this board is factual information, data from people that access the magnet application. That doesn't mean that they had to get a magnet seat, but they access the magnet application. Opening that to all people of the entire system does very little to give us clear information about that process. Second, it strips the responsibility of this system to conduct this on an annual basis, which is also, I believe, important, that we should have a standing responsibility to analyze this process, with the very least a survey of the people who are using it, to ensure that we're doing a great job at what we're supposed to be doing with this application process. Last, in reference to my quote-unquote whereas statements, they simply serve to illustrate the complexity of a system that exists and why we're drawing attention to it. In some of the comments that Mr. Gode has made, I think that there is a fundamental misunderstanding that this resolution is somehow an impeachment of our system. And while I'll reserve my opinion of magnet schools in our system for another day, there is not a single whereas statement in here that is infactual. We can sit around and debate about why it is that way, the history of this system, the history of the facts that I presented here. But out of that context, there's simply a statement of reality. So I encourage the board not to get hung up on rhetoric and get dragged into an argument about the efficacy of an entire system that exists that none of us created, and instead understand that this is a very simple motion, that I'm asking for an annual survey to be conducted of people that access our magnet enrollment application system, so that this board can make good decisions about that system. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Russ. Mr. Lanus.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. You know, the more I read this resolution, and I had discussions with both Mr. Gode and the author of the resolution, School Board Member Russ, and the more I had the conversation with School Board Member Russ, I got the understanding that these concerns were not just his, these were the concerns of parents who were having problems with the current enrollment, and they just wanted questions. And I don't foresee this as a problematic resolution. I do understand the concerns, though, that Mr. Gode raises, School Board Member Gode raises, but I don't think this is a problematic situation. I'll even take it a step further. I think that every process that we have, whether it's enrollment of traditional school students, enrollment inside of our magnet school application or our magnet school programs, I think everything that we do should be tracked, monitored, and evaluated on an annual basis to ensure that we are putting our very best practices and foot forward at servicing our parents. And the part that really stuck out to me when I read the resolution was the part where three of the components of which this resolution is trying to address, it comes directly to, or it aims directly at our strategic plan around student achievement, exemplary customer support, and operational excellence. That's a big thing. And again, I think that this is something, I think this is just a start, but I would like to see us do annual evaluations on all of our processes to ensure that we're putting our best foot forward. Because I know while every family won't have a problem with it, there are enough families that are having problems with some of our systems that just needs our support, and we need to know who those families are so we can make those tweaks early on. So I'll say that I will support this. I don't think that it's egregious. I don't think it's going to be anything that's going to hinder the superintendent from doing what is necessary to move our district forward, and I think that it's just good sound policy.
Mr. Gode.
Yes, thank you. I want to come back to the word rhetoric, which fellow board member Rust used. If the object is to get a good survey, and whether you do it, I put in 1 year for April, we can always come back and make it annual. That's no big deal. But if the object is to get the survey, why put in all that extra rhetoric? What is the purpose of that? Because all you're trying to do is to get a survey. And I understand we need to get data and things like that, and I have zero problem with it. But I also have a problem that saying that it's a problem that we start 10 months early so we can satisfy the taxpayers who send their kids to private and parochial schools, that some kind of way that's a problem, which that resolution implies, to me is not right. It's not right to take those parents and say, look, we're going to ask everybody else. And why do I ask all parents? Because I want to know about parents who maybe are interested in the magnet program, but they decided it wasn't worth the problem to go through and put it in. It's like asking people at Walmart why they shop at Walmart, because they like Walmart. If you want to know who's not shopping at Walmart, go to Target and ask those people, why aren't you shopping at Target? Why aren't you shopping at Walmart? So by opening up to all the parents, I'm trying to be very inclusive and get it to all of the parents who are out there. And are you passing up the opportunity for a magnet application because you think the application process is too difficult? So to me, I'm enhancing and broadening and making it more public and making it more transparent. And I'm keeping it simple without the rhetoric. And that's all I was trying to do, is make it simple, and let's get on record for what we want and make it simple. Because adding all this other stuff on top, to me, just complicates it. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Mr. Martin.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. I support the original motion. I don't particularly see any of this as rhetoric or an implication that there's anything wrong with any of it. I think that the statements are entirely factual. And I think that it is important to survey particularly the individuals who have accessed the application system, because if you, as you know, Mr. Gode, if you do a survey, you need, preferably 500 or 600 responses to draw some valid conclusions. If you survey, if you do a random selection of 600 students, 600 families from the entire pool of of Baton Rouge school students, then then only a very small percentage of those will have accessed the magnet system or have any experience or thought about it. And so I think targeting particularly those who have accessed it will target those who have some knowledge and understanding of the difficulties or not thereof. So I support the original motion.
Thank you. Seeing no further board comments in the queue, we will now turn to the public, and this is on the substitute motion. Ms. Matthews.
It's been a long time since my son that's going to graduate in, I think, 43 days. Not just a little bit excited. Since I applied the first time for magnet school for him, it was very daunting, and I've been teaching in a magnet school since he was 18 months old. The process has come a mighty long way since then, but I do like the original motion. But I would also like if, and this may be in the plan, if the school level could get a copy of the results as well. I know that particularly at my school, we are very focused on making sure that we do a good job and we, make sure the parents have what they need and everything like that. So I know that other schools as well would be very interested in what needs to be improved on our end. There are some aspects that don't have anything to do with us, but the part that we have control over. Oh, fiddlesticks. I don't like this 1 minute thing at all. No, make that go away. Okay, I support the original motion.
Thank you. All right, seeing no other public comments, we will return to the board. Any comments from the board on the substitute motion? Okay, Mr. Russ?
Last thing I'll just say about this substitute motion, you wouldn't ask people who have never shopped at Walmart how their experience at Walmart was. You're not going to get very accurate data. So again, I want to encourage the board to return to this original motion. I again respect my colleagues' right not to agree with everything that I stated in the original motion, and in fact, I'll make a commitment to you to be much more brief in the future on my motions to get more consensus. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Gode?
Yes, and just 2 quick points. I want everyone to understand that I sent this with explanation to all board members prior to this meeting, so this is not the first time anyone, and Mr. Russ and I have had conversations, very agreeable conversations, where we discussed the details of this. I also wanted to come back to the thing, this is a voluntary approach to this. So there's no target audience. There's no getting around how many people are going to be this. We're not going out and trying to get X percent of folks. This is a totally voluntary thing. So by adding parents who might want to comment about not being able to access the process or delaying or not participating in the process for whatever reason, I think is valuable information. I really do, and I don't think it's going to skew the results. 99% of the people who didn't apply to magnet school won't bother replying to the survey. It is voluntary. There's no target audience and no percentages or anything. We're not going out and asking people to do this. It's totally voluntary. So thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Lewis?
Tie a bow to this conversation. I really don't have any problems with magnet schools. They do a great job of educating our students. We just need all schools too. That's all. Thought I'd kind of close this conversation out and separate. Now we may have to move you over here, Nathan. Let me. Okay. Okay. All right.
All right, thank you. So now we're about to vote on the substitute motion, and we will now entertain a vote.
Please vote. I do, Mr. Godey. The motion fails.
Right. So we will now, I guess, do we return to the original item? All right, and we go through board comment.
It should be in the, it should be public. You went to the board first already.
Yeah, we should go back to the public.
Okay, so public comment. Thank you. Okay, Ms. Matthews.
Just for my last point of clarity, I just wanted to say, to a comment that was made about the magnet schools, I teach 7th grade and one of my children reads on the 2nd grade level, so it ain't all cream of the crop, but I love all my babies.
Thank you, Ms. Matthews. Seeing no other public comment, we will return to comments from the board. Mr. Ballou.
Yeah, I just want to compliment Mr. Rust and Mr. Godey for explaining their positions. I think they both did a good job because I went back and forth each time one of them spoke which one I was going to say. But I appreciate that, the debate.
Thank you. Seeing no other board comment, we will now entertain a vote on the original item.
Please vote. The motion carries.
Thank you. I will now take a point of personal privilege. I need to excuse myself. So President Lanus will be carrying the rest of the meeting. Happy Easter and spring break to all of you.
Well, well, well. I look forward to having y'all in here at 10 o'clock at night. Okay, back to the agenda. We are now on agenda item 15, C15. Resolution for School Safety and Culture Survey. This is a consideration of a request for the adoption of a resolution authorizing a district-wide safety and culture survey on behalf of School Board Member Patrick Martin. Can I get a motion?
I got to read the resolution first.
You go ahead and you read that in order.
I will. But when this crazy long meeting finishes early, she gets credit for it. You're coming in as the closer, but she gets credit for it.
I'll take that.
She got us through the rough part. All right. A resolution of the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board authorizing the superintendent to undertake a survey of school site personnel using a reputable firm with expertise in conducting such surveys. Whereas the East Baton Rouge Parish School System serves as the primary weekday location for nearly 40,000 students and approximately 6,000 employees, and whereas the safety of those students and employees is of utmost importance to the EBR School Board, and whereas the school system has a set of robust school safety practices in place, and whereas student discipline and community engagement play a part in school safety, and whereas it is a priority of the school board's strategic plan to increase the number of East Baton Rouge Parish School System employees that state the district provides a positive and productive work culture by 3 to 5% annually, and whereas measuring perceptions of school site culture will yield actionable data for school administrators in their pursuit of ensuring positive and productive work culture. Therefore, be it resolved that the school board authorizes the superintendent to undertake a survey of school site personnel using a reputable firm with expertise in conducting such surveys. The survey shall, 1, guarantee the anonymity of the respondents, with a contract providing that the firm conducting it shall not share with the school system any data which could connect the survey responses to the school system employee providing the response. 2, be sufficiently detailed to provide the board with a deeper understanding of the actual conditions in the classroom and other school environments. 3, be broad enough to measure perceptions of the culture, safety, and control of the classroom and school environment at each school in the system. 4, attempt to identify any discrepancies between official measures of discipline issues in schools, such as detention and suspension data, and the actual level of disruptive or dangerous behaviors in those schools. 5, be developed by the superintendent and system staff in close coordination with the school board president and vice president. 6, be designed to gather actionable information that will aid the district in 1, meeting its strategic plan goals regarding employee development, and 2, refining its strategic plan by identifying potential objective metrics for school safety, discipline, and culture. Be it further resolved that the school board authorizes the superintendent to execute a contract after following applicable procurement processes with a reputable firm with expertise in conducting such surveys in an amount not to exceed $30,000 without further vote of the board, provided that the superintendent shall report the details of the resulting contract to the board at its May meeting. I so move.
Right? All right. This time, we'll now go to the board for public comment. Yeah, I have a second. I got him down. This time, we'll now go to the board for public comment. I see School Board Member Mark Ballou is in the queue.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Mr. Martin, for bringing this item. I think it's a great idea. I just want to make sure, Superintendent Narcisse, I know that we don't have any surveys being done that identical, but do we have any overlap that covers any of this? Any surveys that are currently independent surveys being done? I just want to make sure we're not.
I mean, we do have surveys that we do, but it's mostly we send out either through email. We were going to be the surveys. Sometimes we send out more like culture and climate surveys, those pieces. But I think the
But
goal.
it's not an independent. Okay, that answers my question.
Yeah, so we've actually I did speak to Board Member Martin, but we already actually are going down this road. We've in the process of securing an independent group that is not from here to be able to do that and to follow through all the rules. So.
That wraps up your question, School Board Member Ballou. All right. Next, we have School Board Member Patrick Martin.
Yeah, no, thank you. I appreciate your support, Mr. Ballou, and I just wanted to thank the superintendent. He has been very supportive of doing this. I think this is an important move to let us have some insight into what's, we all have heard the stories. We've all had people call us or show us videos of disruption in the classrooms and whatnot. But for me, I don't feel like I have good, solid data on which to base the conclusions. We all know there's safety a problem, disruption's a problem, but I think a survey has the potential to give us some good actual data that we can act on.
Thank you. Next, we have School Board Member Katie Kennison.
I think this idea is wonderful, and we should get more information, but I'm not sure why it can't be done in-house or why we need to pay $30,000 for it. That's a lot of money to gather information that we should be able to manage with what we've got already.
Have some question? Thank you. Yes, sir.
Thank you. The $30,000, Ms. Kennison, is not intended to be the cost. I think the superintendent indicated to me he thinks that it will be under $10,000. I wanted, but because we have these procurement rules that require any contract that comes over $10,000 to come to the board, I didn't want to delay it if after the full resolution with all the details, the survey came back at like $12,000. I didn't want it to be delayed. So this is not saying pay $30,000 per survey. It's just authorizing him to do it, and he'll report back to us what it is. But I don't anticipate it being anywhere close to that amount.
Thank you. Seeing no other names in the queue at this time. Oh, I'm sorry. School Board Member Nathan Russ.
Yeah, I just want to add to that real quick because I know I spoke to Patrick about this, that I think a key part of this is that we want to ensure that we get good response and good data from teachers, on and on, anybody that's going to be included in the survey. And whether we intend to or not, there can be times where employer-employee relationships, where people can hold on to their opinion a little bit. And so I think the intent that Patrick had, especially about having someone come independent to do that, is we maybe get better, more accurate data. And I think that that's a smart idea.
Thank you, School Board Member Russ. Seeing no other names inside of the queue at this time, we'll now go to the public. Are there any public comments? Ms. Storm Matthews.
Darn minute. Okay. But I would like to hopefully be a part of the conversation when you guys do find the independent group, because if I can be and if I can understand it fully, then I can talk to the teachers and help them understand that they can trust it, because otherwise they're not going to fill it out. Much to what Mr. Russ was just speaking to. If you want to have an idea of how many trust the surveys that come out, there were 2 that came out maybe last month. And you can see, like, they were all stormed. Do I fill this out? Do I fill this out? Do I fill this out? And I'm like, I filled it out. I don't care. You know, I'll tell Superintendent Narcisse to his face what I think. You know, we have a good relationship, right? All right, we're good. You know, they're like, well, we're not you. And I'm like, okay, you know, so they're scared. They don't want to fill things out. They don't want to do that. So I think that that is a good point. But I would be happy to work with you to encourage them to fill it out.
Thank you, Ms. Matthews. Are there any other public comments at this time? Seeing no further public comments, I go back to the board. Are there any board comments? Seeing no names in the queue, Madam Secretary, please call for the vote.
Please vote. The motion carries.
Thank you. Seeing now that the time is 8:50 per school board policy, I am going to move that we extend the meeting to 9:30. I don't think that we'll go to 9:30. However, I don't know how long it's going to take for us to get through the last item. So I'm going to stand on the side of caution. So I am going to move that we extend the meeting to 9:30. This is going to call for the entire board to vote in support of in order for us to extend.
Well, as chair, you need to entertain a motion from another party on the board.
I shall so move.
Okay, can I get a second? All right, Ms. Kennison. All right, this time we're going to take a vote, Madam Secretary. Okay. Yes, please. I'm going to introduce an item next month to update our systems because they're just too slow.
Ooh, you just got to look.
Right.
District 1, Mr. Blue.
Yes.
District 2, President Lannis.
Yes.
District 4, Ms. Stewart. Yes. District 5, Mr. Lewis.
Yes.
District 6, Mr. Russ.
Yes.
District 7, Mr. Goday.
Nay.
District 8, Ms. Kennison.
Yes.
District 9, Mr. Martin.
Yes.
The item fails. So hopefully we get through at 9 o'clock. So let's go back to the back to the item. All right. Next, we're going to move on to item C16 moratorium. This is a consideration of a request to impose a 6-month moratorium on all ceremonial resolutions of the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board expressing appreciation or honors or having no declarative legal effect, and to request a recommendation from council on an alternative method for the adoption of such future ceremonial resolutions. Can I get a can I get a motion? All right. Moved by School Board Member Nathan Russ, seconded by School Board Member Mark Ballou. Let's see. It's time we'll go to the board. I see no names inside of the queue for public comment. Oh, School Board Member Gode. Oh,
Yeah, I'm gonna be quick. I just think that, I don't know if this is really necessary, because the board president and the board vice president control the agenda. And if we want to cut down on the number of these things, it's totally within their purview to do that. So to me, this is, again, getting to be a little bit superfluous and getting into the details that really we should let our leadership run the meetings. And you can turn down any resolutions you can, or unless a board member wants to put it on, but, you know, I just feel that we don't really need to have this. We as a board either decide that we don't want to do these kinds of things, or we rely on you to do it, because if a board member wants to put an item on the agenda, which is our policy, I don't know how the policy works with this and how everything goes. So I just think it's again, it's keep it simple. You know, we can just tell each other we don't need to have a bunch of these things coming up, and we can rely on our board leadership to help guide us through it. So I just think we got to keep it simple and don't quit passing resolutions against resolutions. I mean, you know, it just gets to the point where we're over managing this thing. So that's my only thought.
thank you, and I like that word, superfluous. All right, next, School Board Member Shoshone Stewart.
Yeah, I wanted to ask Board Member Russ to kind of give a brief explanation of your just behind this.
Yeah.
Kind of go along, like Board Member Gode said, you know, just kind of explain it so that,
Absolutely.
we can understand.
So after last meeting, I texted our council Chamberlain and I said, we got to do something about the time that we're spending on some of these adoptions of, you know, ceremonial holidays and things. Not because they don't serve a purpose, but because we spent so much time on some of those items that it took away from important business of the board. And so I brought that idea to a number of different people, including our leadership, to see if there was support of doing something about it. What I did hear was a lot of ideas of how we could do it better, which I think was great, and I think that we can come up with a way to continue to do those in a way more efficient and thoughtful manner. My introducing this motion is, for lack of a better way of putting it, kind of taking the kids' toys away, right? Till we can do it better, I think that we should put a squash on it, because between now and August, we have a lot of really important work to do. And I don't think that the board needs to spend time debating school breakfast week or anything else when we're trying to adopt a budget, figure out how to give teachers raises, how to keep schools safe, on and on and on and on. I completely agree with Mr. Gode that it's certainly within the realm of the leadership to protect our time in that way. And if the motion fails, I'm sure that they'll do the same thing. Thank you.
Okay, so my question is, so implementing this policy or, you know, approving this actually does what? Does it stop that? Does it hinder that? Does it limit that? What are you actually trying to do? Because, I mean, we, as a board, we can still implement and facilitate, you know, do those things, so.
Yeah, this would prevent anything coming on our agenda of the regular meeting that is ceremonial resolutions, meaning, okay, we're adopting so-and-so month and we're going to make it blah, blah, blah week for 6 months and then asking essentially our executive team to come and say, hey, give us a recommendation for a better process to do that in the future.
Next, we have School Board Member Patrick Martin.
Thank you. The only concern I have with this is I don't know what all ceremonial months we have coming up, right? If we had adopted this in January and then suddenly the board was unable to adopt a resolution on Black History Month, for example, or March for Women's History Month, then I think that would, you know, as much as it's lip service to many things, a lot of people find it important that the board reaffirm some of those fundamental principles. So I think we don't handle them well. I absolutely agree with Board Member Russ that we do not handle them well, and we should not have spent an hour debating two entirely simple ceremonial things, but I think there's probably a better approach, and I would encourage leadership to work with council to perhaps before the next time we have to consider those, a new policy that could shorten the debate period for those items to 5 minutes, or something like that, so that they don't detract from the very serious business at the board that Member Rust alludes to.
Thank you, School Board Member Martin. I'll be really fast. I see we only got 2 minutes left. So from board leadership end, we have tried to exhaust every single possibility for how we can cut down on so much talking and back and forth whenever we're introducing resolutions. Sometimes a lot of these resolutions are time sensitive. And when we're inside the leadership meetings, literally try to keep the can down the road and say, look, let's spread them out. And sometimes we can't because some of them are pertinent to certain months of the year, obviously like Black History Month, Women's History Month. So we have discussed possibly cutting the time down and speaking time in terms of resolutions because they have to go to the public and it has to come back to the board. But we're currently working through that. I'll just stop there for the sake of time. At this time, I see no other names inside of the queue. We will go to the public. Are there any public comments at this time? All right, back to the board. Seeing no names inside of the queue, Madam Secretary, please call for the vote.
Please vote. The motion fails.
Okay, next we have the next meeting dates and announcements. Who calls for these? Okay, so she would originally call for them, so I'm calling for. Okay, I'll just make sure. All right, announcement of the meeting. Announcement of meetings. Oversight Committee meeting to be held April 17, 2023 at 4 p.m. at the Central Office, Conference Room A. Summer, all board members may attend. Regular board meeting is to be held on April 20th, 2023 at 5 p.m. in the Central Office Boardroom. Board workshop to be held on May 4th, 2023 at 4 p.m. in the Central Office Boardroom. Committee of the Whole to be held May 4th, 2023 at 5 p.m. in the Central Office Boardroom. Can I get an adjournment? I know, right? I'm trying to get out of here fast. We can go.